'cause this is Christmas too. The kindness you've shown to all mankind is coming back to you. I may not be there with you, but you are in my prayers, and I wish you all a world of peace on this Christmas that we share. I wish you all a world of love on this Christmas that we share.
That's a Christmas card. Scooter Lee on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford. Coming up in just over a minute, we've got Tar Heel basketball coming up for you Ohio State fans. Well, we got a problem. That game had to be canceled for some reason. Now Tar Heels are playing Kentucky today, and we'll have countdown to tip-off coming up in about 1 hour, and then the pregame at 1 o'clock, tip-off at 2 o'clock today. Today is the Tar Heels and Kentucky. And then Tuesday night, right before Christmas, you can enjoy NC State and the Tar Heels with countdown to tip-off at 7:30, 8 o'clock for the pregame, and then 9 o'clock tip-off, Tar Heel basketball on Tuesday night. Take a look at your forecast before we join the Tar Heel Sports Network. Looking for a high around 50 this afternoon. Now, tonight, we do have a chance of maybe a slight chance of rain mixed with snow, lows around the freezing mark. For tomorrow morning, you're going to wake up to partly cloudy skies. Still maybe that chance of a snow shower. Highs eventually warming around 50. And then for Monday, sunshine, highs around 60. 43 degrees right now, sunny skies. It's time to join the Tar Heel Sports Network. This is 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford.
Carolina trying to be very patient against the very aggressive Georgetown defense. Here's Doherty out on the right side. No good. Pass done by Worthy.
The memories.
Drive baseline. Shovels it away to Ewing. Stolen by Jordan. Jordan away to Worthy. Worthy against Gene Smith with a dunk. Carolina takes the lead.
Shot clock at 2. Shot good. A 3 by Hansbrough.
Now Lawson gave him a little fake drive. Scoops it up. Scores and gets fouled.
And the moments.
And there's the horn. Carolina defeats Kentucky to go to an NCAA record 20th Final Four.
The Tar
A
Heels.
free throw for the ACC tournament title. Got it. Dumps it off to Bacon, who dumps it home with 2 hands. Pump fake for 3. Now he'll take it and make it.
Are coming.
Robinson right back to Garrison Brooks for the 2-handed throwdown. Front court left side. He's going to go hard, heavy. Contact. Got the basket and the foul. Holy cow. How about a 3? How about it? Perkins picks it up.
Worthy trying to hit this
Sprints
one.
front court to Matthews. Pump fake for 3. Too strong on the shot. That's it. The Tar Heels are the national daggone champions.
This is Carolina basketball on the Tar Heels Sports Network. This is the Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College, and Carolina basketball is on the air. This is the Bojangles Countdown to Tip-Off Show. Now, here's your host, Dave Nathan.
A good Saturday afternoon to you and yours as we come to you live from our Tar Heel Sports Network studios in Chapel Hill. A little frosty Saturday. Of course, if you're in Cleveland or in the area where the Tar Heels are, it's a little frostier for the CBS Sports Classic, which will commence in just under 90 minutes with Carolina and Kentucky, UCLA and Ohio State to follow. And before we get this game tipped off, it almost feels like the Tar Heels have played the entire field at every time of the day here, with a game originally scheduled for this time against Ohio State. It was then moved back to about 4:30 to accommodate the Buckeyes football program playing today. And then midweek there was a change in the schedule with Carolina getting bounced back to the early game and facing Kentucky. So hopefully the hard part's over with, and Carolina and Kentucky can coast through the game beginning at 2 o'clock. Of course, the Reed's Jewelers pregame show comes your way at 1. Right now it is countdown to tip-off. We'll have comments from Coach Williams and look at a very busy North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard. But, of course, where we always start with our man in the middle, the famed and esteemed Eric Montross joining us here. Big fella, you came into the studio this morning, and I think you asked a pretty pertinent question. Does this Kentucky team look at all familiar? And I think there's a lot of ways that you could slice it here. What you say about Carolina, you could also say about Kentucky just a handful of games through the season.
Certainly is the case, Dave. And when you look at this Kentucky team, you see 3 freshmen, you see 2 transfers, not graduate transfers, but Olivier Sarr came from Wake Forest. He's 7 feet in the middle for them and has been an important cog in the wheel, particularly against Notre Dame, where he had 22 points and had a number of rebounds, 3 blocks as well. This team is starting off slower than expected. Certainly, they had a preseason rank of 13, and they're but 1-4 at this point in the season. But they've also played some teams that are not pushovers, and I think when you play, we'll get into the details, but when you play a couple out of preseason game or pre-conference games that include 2 teams from the ACC, it includes Kansas, you find yourself in a position where you don't have a lot of room for error. And so this ball club is growing, they're learning, but they look very similar to Carolina. Poor field goal percentage, poor three-point percentage, struggles at the foul line. They rebound the ball pretty well compared to their opponents. But you also notice that they do have exceptional youth, particularly in the backcourt, and that's been a bit of a problem.
2 of the best programs in the history of college basketball linking up in the CBS Sports Classic today at 2 o'clock, Carolina and Kentucky, alongside Eric Montross. Dave Nathan with you here on Countdown to Tip-Off. And, big fella, I'm looking back through the records. These 2 teams have played, I guess the programs have played 40 previous times, and way back in 1990, I think, as a young freshman roaming this area, you might have been a part of one of those games. Carolina won it 84-81, and I go back to, I guess these are days gone by where Kentucky and Indiana used to play early on in the non-conference portion of the season. And being from Indianapolis, and I'm sure being familiar with Kentucky, when you see the Big Blue roll into town or come up on the schedule, I mean, what sorts of notions come to your mind?
Well, I think that for anybody, and I know that there's no love lost between Kentucky fans and Carolina fans, and many programs that are very proud of the one that they choose to cheer for. When you go up against a caliber of team like Kentucky, you're seeing a team that is a giant in college basketball. The tradition, the history, the fan base, the traveling fan base, and you also know that they've had really good coaches. And right now under Coach Calipari, you're finding a guy that's been there in his, I think, 11th season, and he's done some really good things. He's kind of been revamping what college basketball looks like as he began his era there, just pulling elite freshmen, winning a championship, finding his way around and navigating youth, and doing it very successfully. Also brought kind of an NBA-style game, and his teams are exciting to watch. And so what you see big players, tall players, athletic players, and his ability to blend them together to have teams that, by and large, end up looking pretty good by year's end.
Yeah, it's interesting in that you played for one of the great innovators in all of college basketball and Coach Smith, but the innovations that John Calipari has brought, it's not necessarily with a lot of X's and O's, but it's roster composition, it's how you build a team, and to your last point there, I think it's how the team improves from where you start to what everybody remembers is where you finish.
You know, and there's no question that Cal knows how to coach. I played for him with the New Jersey Nets when I was there in the NBA, and he is a player's coach. He gets out of his players just about as much as you can get out of a player because he identifies with them. He enjoys being around them. He makes an enjoyable environment. And it's interesting because this Calipari team, through 5 games over his career at Carolina, if this holds true, it's the lowest field goal percentage that any of his teams have shot through 5 games. Never before has Calipari coached teams shot as poorly from the three-point line through 5 games at 24.5%, and only once before have they assisted fewer of their made field goals. So what you see is that this is a challenge for him, but it's also one that has, those are kind of pillar-type numbers. And so when you think about coaches and their capacity to coach a team, you think, well, some of the nuances maybe are not in their wheelhouse. All of those things are right in the wheelhouse of Calipari. So you expect that playing strong teams early in the season will have their benefits for this youth of the Wildcats moving forward.
Kentucky in the midst of playing 4 consecutive ACC opponents. Carolina comes in number 3 on that slate, and these two teams will be matching up in just over an hour in Cleveland. And with the talk of Calipari and the lack of shooting, I think he said as much the other day at one of his press conferences where he had to tell some guys pretty explicitly, you're not going to take any more three-pointers. That is not your shot. It's maybe an awkward conversation to be on the other side of if you're a player, but coaches know how to get the best out of players. And from the Carolina perspective, I think Coach Williams is still in the process of getting his young guys to understand that it's more important to be efficient with what you do as opposed to the totality of shots that you put up and then maybe the points that you get on the back end.
Well, the magic key to success in Calipari's mind is that he controls the ability to grant playing time to his players. And if you're a player and you're told you're not playing if you continue to shoot the ball from perimeter, well, I'm not going to shoot the ball anymore from the perimeter. I'm going to do what the coach says so that I can stay out there. The interesting thing about this team, this is not a deep team for Kentucky. When you look at at the guys and the numbers that they're playing, I mean, there are 6 players playing 21 minutes or more. And after that, it hits rock bottom with 2 guys at 10 minutes, and then it drops off even further from that point. So it is not a deep team, but they do have pieces. And there have been some changes in the backcourt that have allowed them to kind of blend. Most recently in the second half of Notre Dame, this team came out and went on a 37-16 scoring spurt throughout the second half against Notre Dame's team. And so they were really in the hole. They were down by 24. And this team came back, and it was some changes that Cal made that really prompted that. One of the guys we mentioned earlier, Olivier Sarr, had 22 points and had the 7 rebounds and 3 blocks. I mean, they lost because they didn't make the last shot of the game. And so I think that the other thing that I think that I see in young teams is that youth is quick to jump on the momentum train. And for a coach like Cal, who can really talk to his players to get them to believe that they have made a giant step in the last half of basketball that they most recently played, that's important for this team. We'll see how they come out today. Certainly Carolina has plenty to combat this Kentucky team. Certainly most folks around the country would suspect that Carolina will dispatch with the Wildcats today, but that's always a dangerous assumption if you're a Tar Heel fan and you're going up against Kentucky.
Carolina and Kentucky coming up at 2 o'clock from Cleveland. That is Eric Montross, who, oh, by the way, in that game that he played in against Kentucky, a very efficient 2 points and 6 rebounds in 13 minutes. Nobody ever had to tell Eric what a good shot was. He knew it.
Yeah, that's why I only took 1. That was, it's interesting that you brought that game up, Dave. I had forgotten everything about my freshman year until you said that.
Well, listen, the numbers bear out. It was pretty doggone good for the time that you spent on the floor with some other pretty good players, and there were some names that participated in that game. I'm not going to say how many years ago it was, but almost to the day, Carolina got the better of Kentucky, 84-81, with Eric Montross playing a significant part in that 3-point win. We've got to take a break, but upon our return, we'll come back and hear from the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams, plus the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, Big Blue and Carolina Blue, coming up this afternoon from Learfield, IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time. As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
Right now, you can get 5 cents off every gallon of fuel every day. That's 5 cents off every gallon with Make It Count rewards from Marathon. Plus, you can earn points for additional savings on fuel, airfare, hotels, and more. It's quick and easy to join. Just visit MakeItCount.com/radio or download the free app. So start saving today with Make It Count from Marathon. Offer valid only at participating Marathon locations. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
When you're getting ready for the big game, make sure you have plenty of Hampton Farms peanuts on hand. Hampton Farms is based in North Carolina, just like the Tar Heels, and they specialize in producing only the highest quality, fresh roasted, in-the-shell peanuts and snacks. In addition, peanuts are one of the healthiest snacks around. They are naturally low in carbs and high in protein. So before the next game, head to your favorite store's produce department and grab a bag of Hampton Farms in-the-shell peanuts, the official peanuts of the Tar Heels.
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high, because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
Libman makes a difference. The Libman Mop Crew is part of our winning team by making sure the hardwood is clean and safe for the players every game at the Smith Center. No matter what kind of flooring you have at your home court, Libman has the tools to keep it clean. Their mops, brooms, and brushes are proudly family made in the USA. Visit Libman.com to see their whole lineup and for a store locator. That's Libman.com. Libman, the official hardwood floor care provider of Carolina Athletics.
It's countdown to tip-off on a Saturday afternoon. Coming up on 1 o'clock in the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Countdown to Tip-Off. It's Carolina and Kentucky from the CBS Sports Classic with the play-by-play commencing just after 2 o'clock. Jones Angel, of course, on scene with Ben Alexander and Adam Lucas. Eric Montross alongside here in the studio, and Eric will be chiming in during the course of the game. We wouldn't want to tell you exactly when because we want to keep you listening throughout the course of the afternoon, but suffice it to say, you won't be disappointed when you hear from Eric during the broadcast of Carolina and Kentucky. All right, let's get to the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams, right now. And to Eric's point earlier about young teams developing over the course of time, Coach Williams was asked about what it's taken to get his team on the same page.
I think that we've got to understand what we as a staff want to do, because we as a staff think our plan will be successful if they do a great job of executing it. So they've got to buy in, which I think they have, and then they've got to do a great job of executing it. But it takes time, and I'm looking out. I see some guys that may have been the ones that were asking me 10 years ago or whenever it was, 8 or 9 years ago, are you sure Marcus Page is going to be that good? And I kept telling everybody he was going to be really good. And I got a lot of guys giggling and looking at each other like I was dumb as dirt, which I may be. But I think that Marcus proved that he was really, really good. And so we're hopeful that Caleb will latch onto it and do it in a manner that Marcus did.
That's Coach Williams speaking earlier this week on getting his team to play as a single unit instead of 5 individuals, as the Kentucky Wildcats up next on the schedule for Carolina. And one of the freshmen finding his way through things right now. Had some pretty good flashes here or there. It's R.J. Davis, and some of the things Coach Williams think he's actually gotten better at since stepping on campus.
I think he's done better defensively. That would be the major thing. You still have to understand he's a guy that was the second leading scorer in New York State high school history, I think. And if he had the end of their tournament hadn't been canceled, he may have had a chance to catch Kenny Anderson. So he's a scorer, and that's the way they think. And You've got to get them to understand we want you to score, but we want you to score off great shots, not score because you shoot 35 times. That's the one that's the most difficult because he is a scorer. He's going to be able to score at our level, but I need him to shoot a much higher percentage. And I think defensively he's probably progressed, and I think he's beginning to, both of them are beginning to understand what a great shot is compared to a good shot.
Coach Williams again on R.J. Davis's improvement as we count you down to tip-off between Carolina and Kentucky. Again, this game really wasn't set until midweek. Both teams had a couple of days to prepare, but before Wednesday, it was supposed to have been Carolina and Ohio State in today's second game in Kentucky versus UCLA in the opener. Obviously, that has flipped, and Coach Williams talked about what it was like to swap out Ohio State for Kentucky on today's schedule.
I mean, I would never been in any situation like this, but that's this whole year, as you said. Getting the call at 10 o'clock Tuesday night or 8 o'clock Wednesday mornings when you actually told me. Clint came to see me, and I was throwing all that humongous amount of weight around in the weight room, and he came and found me on Wednesday morning. And that's the first that I'd heard about it. Am I doing that, saying that correct? Yeah, he gave me a what if the night before, and then the next day said it's no longer a what if, is it will you do it kind of thing. It was upsetting a little bit because I think that we've got to understand this are not normal times, but I think this decision might have been able to have been made a few days earlier or something like that. But it's a situation we're faced with, and you got to make adjustments. I had already started talking to the team about Ohio State and how badly they beat us here last year and those kind of things. But it's the same thing for the other teams as well.
That's Coach Williams on the new opponent here today, Kentucky, as opposed to playing what we all thought at least heading into Wednesday was going to be Ohio State. But it's the Tar Heels and Wildcats coming up in just over an hour's time in the CBS Sports Classic. Kentucky, again, has struggled when it comes to a wins and losses standpoint this year. Some of those losses have been tight. They've all been to quality programs. And Coach Williams says, don't be fooled by a bunch that's just 1-4 right now.
You still look at that team. Who had they lost to? They lost to Kansas. Kansas is pretty good. They lost to Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's pretty good. They lost to Richmond. Richmond's pretty good. It's not like they've lost to me and you and three other guys, but they're gifted players. John does a great job, and I don't look at them as 1-4. I mean, we're 4-2 ourselves. We've lost 2 games, and we haven't. I don't think we've got anybody afraid to play us.
And that's the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams, taking us into our second break. We'll come out of the break with a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Big-time football action today, and, of course, plenty of ACC and top 25 basketball action to get to as well. Championship Saturday on the gridiron, and a CBS Sports Classic coming up on the hardwood from Learfield, IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Do you have chronic or persistent pain due to increased stress from big life changes? Great news! There's hope without the use of pills or surgery. The experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy can help you find relief and results, often within a few visits. Breakthrough, proud partner of Carolina Athletics, has 7 locations in the Raleigh-Durham area. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City. Our phone number is 828-245-4591.
100.9 FM and 590 AM. Recommended by 3 out of 4 truck drivers. The fourth one? Well, he just stopped off for coffee. This is WCAB.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
Closing in on the top of the hour, it is countdown to tip-off. Dave Nathan again back with you from our Chapel Hill studios. You've already heard from Eric Montross and Coach Williams if you've been with us from the get-go. And what we've got left is a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. And I'll tell you what, never mind the CFP or bowl season, today on the college football gridiron might be as impactful as any here in 2020. There are no fewer than 5 games that could have a say-so in college football's Final Four. You've got Northwestern and Ohio State underway in the first quarter from the Big Ten championship game, and the Wildcats have jumped out on the Buckeyes 7-3. Ohio State number 4 currently in the CFP, while number 5 Texas A&M gave up an early touchdown to Tennessee, but the Aggies have stormed back with consecutive scores and now lead the Vols 14-7 early on in the second quarter. You would think not many CFP implications are on the line from the Big 12, but Iowa State, is ranked number 6 in this week's CFP. Cyclones haven't gotten out of the starting blocks yet. Number 10, Oklahoma, up 14-0 early on in the second quarter. Big one coming up at 4 o'clock from Charlotte in the ACC championship game. Number 3, Clemson. Number 2, Notre Dame. The winner, obviously, into football's Final Four. The loser, well, we'll see. Notre Dame, if the Irish lose, it'd be their first loss of the season. For Clemson, the Tigers enter with just the earlier double overtime loss at Notre Dame. So an impactful game nonetheless in Charlotte coming up at 4 o'clock. The SEC title game is in Atlanta tonight at 8 o'clock. Number 1, Alabama, unbeaten on the season at 10-0, taking on the 7th-ranked Florida Gators, who just dropped their second game of the season last week to an unranked LSU squad. So we'll see if Florida can beat Alabama. Is that enough for the Gators to get into the top 4? Certainly, you would think, no matter the result, Alabama is safely into another CFP. In terms of college basketball action, number 1, Gonzaga, and number 3, Iowa are at the half. And the Zags, how about this, up 51-37 on the Hawkeyes. 109 left to play in the first half as number 12, Wisconsin, leads big against number 23, Louisville, 39-15. Other ACC basketball teams in action today. Notre Dame battling Purdue at 2:30. At 3:30, it's Jacksonville and Miami. At 4 o'clock, Campbell plays North Carolina State. Later at 5:30, Virginia Tech versus Coppin State. At 6, Buffalo and Syracuse. And at 9, Central Florida versus number 15, Florida State. And that's a pretty comprehensive look at your North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. The CBS Sports Classic in action beginning at 2 o'clock. The Reed's Jewelers pregame show on the way here at 1, which is just minutes from right now. And in seconds, our time will elapse. Thanks again for joining us on Countdown to Tip-Off. We'll have full and complete coverage of Carolina and Kentucky beginning at 1 o'clock next on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield, IMG College.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Doritos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Doritos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Whether you're at the Smith Center or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Doritos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels!
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been standing up for clients and communities throughout North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, and beyond. This year, more than ever, Crumley Roberts is proud to support UNC athletics, student athletes, and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether learning or teaching on campus or from home, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Please visit CrumleyRoberts.com for more information about how our Crumley Roberts Tar Heels are standing up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels!
Duke Energy is honored to recognize social justice and racial equity grantee Region K Community Assistance Corporation for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Flexibility continues to be the name of the game in college athletics. Gosh, just 72 hours ago, Carolina thought it was playing Ohio State as part of the CBS Sports Classic in Cleveland. But due to the desire to better align the COVID testing protocols of the opponents, Carolina will now face Kentucky instead. So, unexpectedly, 2 of the 3 winningest programs in college basketball history will face off today, as both teams, full of inexperience, hope to pick up a key early season victory. The Tar Heel Sports Network's coverage of the 41st meeting between Carolina and Kentucky starts right now.
Carolina trying to be very patient against a very aggressive Georgetown defense. Here's Doherty out on the right side. No good. Pass done by Worthy.
The memories.
Drive baseline. Shovels it away to Ewing. Stolen by Jordan. Jordan away to Worthy. Worthy against Dean Smith for the dunk. Carolina takes the lead.
Shot clock at 2. Shot good. A 3 by Hansbrough.
Now Lawson gave him a little fake drive. Scoops it up. Scores and gets fouled.
And the moments.
And there's the horn. Carolina defeats Kentucky to go to an NCAA record 20th Final Four.
The Tar Heels.
A free throw for the ACC tournament title. Got it. Dumps it off to Bacon, who dumps it home with 2 hands. Pump fake for 3. Now he'll take it and make it.
Are coming.
Robinson right back to Garrison Brooks for the 2-handed throwdown. Front court left side. He's going to go hard, heavy. Contact. Got the basket in the foul. Holy cow. How about a 3? How about it? Perkins picks it up.
Worthy trying to hit this
Sprints
one.
front court to Matthews. Pump fake for three. Too strong on the shot. That's it. The Tar Heels are the national daggone champions.
This is Carolina basketball on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
This is Dave Nathan. For the second consecutive game, Carolina has had an adjustment made to its schedule. Last week, the Heels game against Elon was postponed, landing North Carolina Central on the slate. Today, instead of facing Ohio State, it's a blue blood battle between Carolina and Kentucky. Jones Angel will have the call of this afternoon's contest.
Carolina is 4-2. Kentucky is 1-4, but there are plenty of similarities between the two teams as each relies on a lot of youth, each has struggled to shoot the three, and each has turned the ball over too much. But each also has plenty of talent, and each has an elite head coach working hard to get them to improve. Eric Montross is a former All-America center for Carolina and a member of the 1993 National Championship team.
Well, before you look at Kentucky's win-loss record and think, not too good, I would urge you to consider this. The Wildcats start 3 freshmen and 2 transfers. Certainly haven't had the gym time that most programs get by this time in the season due to COVID. Their losses are to Richmond, Kansas, Georgia Tech, and Notre Dame. Not a bunch of cupcakes for out-of-state or out-of-conference early season games. And looking at their statistics, as Jones said, you see poor field goal shooting from inside and outside the arc, struggles at the foul line, and way too many turnovers. Well, it should sound familiar, Tar Heel fans. This afternoon, we will watch 2 teams heavily reliant upon youth, and they'll learn on the job. The 2 veteran head coaches will likely stomp and rant and fuss, but inside they both know there's plenty of ability on their teams. They just have to get comfortable enough to have it show up. And if it does, watch out. It could be another one of those Kentucky-Carolina games we've become accustomed to from 2 of the nation's elite basketball programs.
We've got all those storylines on the Reach Jewelers pregame show. Plus, Mac Brown discusses the Carolina football program's latest signing class. We'll bring you an interview with head coach Roy Williams and comments from John Calipari. Eric Montross and Adam Lucas answer your questions about the Tar Heels, and we'll check on scores from around the country, too. All of that more is coming up as we count you down to tip-off between the Tar Heels and Wildcats from the CBS Sports Classic in Cleveland, Ohio. This is Carolina basketball from Learfield, IMG College.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Megan Pennington of Pasquotank County High School in Elizabeth City. Her project, A Brighter Future, is sponsored by Albemarle EMC based in Hertford.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
In a time when preventive care is more important than ever, routine oral checkups could save your life. That's why Delta Dental of North Carolina offers individual dental plans starting at less than $1 a day. For example, our large network of dentists can detect 120 signs of symptoms of diseases before they're life-threatening. Keep your healthcare costs low and your health at an all-time high with the power of preventive dental plans from Delta Dental of North Carolina. Choose your health first. Choose Delta Dental.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
No silly giggling, no screaming and yelling, no vulgar language, and no put-downs. We're up, live, and family-friendly. We are WCAB Radio, serving your family 24 hours a day.
This is Carolina basketball on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. And you're listening to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Carolina basketball is brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. Grenville Towers, the place to be at UNC. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
For a number of schools across the country, the number of cancellations and postponements has been dizzying. For Carolina, the amendments to the schedule have been more like a yo-yo. The Heels haven't lost any opportunities to play, but some opponents have been quickly swapped. On Wednesday, Carolina began the day thinking it was going to play Ohio State. Instead, the Buckeyes will play UCLA later today. And, Jones, that means Carolina and Kentucky have another go at each other in the games, or I should say in the day's first game of the CBS Sports Classic.
Yeah, it was weird. Originally, Carolina was supposed to be playing Ohio State at 2 o'clock. Then that got changed to Carolina playing Ohio State at 4:30. And then it got changed to Carolina playing Kentucky at 2 o'clock. So back and forth they go here for this one. And this really, well, just like the other game where Carolina had Elon have to postpone and then filled in with Central, this didn't have anything to do with the Tar Heels. It was more Kentucky and UCLA, the two conferences could not get to an amicable solution on the way that they were testing for their COVID protocols, with the Pac-12 being at a stricter level than the SEC. And whatever the details of that are, I don't know, but the Pac-12 at a stricter level. And so they came to Carolina and to Ohio State and said, hey, I don't think Kentucky and UCLA are going to play. If we want to have this event, do you guys mind switching opponents? And so Carolina, Roy Williams and Chris Holtman from Ohio State talked, and everybody agreed that they wanted this event to go on because it's quality competition. And, obviously they'd all planned on playing, and so that's how it came about. And it brings up another stiff challenge. And as Eric said, look, Kentucky's record isn't good, but that doesn't mean Kentucky's not good. They've got plenty of talent. And so for the Tar Heels, it's another big-name opponent, another really big challenge. And Eric, this is hard to believe. I mean, it's the last non-conference game of the year. It's nothing but ACC games the rest of the way for the Heels. So an important game just to try and get better for Carolina as it heads into ACC play starting next week.
Well, just as Kentucky has plenty of youth, our youth has been, ups and downs, and we've talked about the fact that that's perfectly explainable and understandable going into the season, the amount of time that they're playing and how heavily reliant Carolina is on these freshmen. But, I think that you said it, the takeaway from this is a really good quality opponent. You're going to play individually. Our players are going to play against good players for them. Of course, we'd love to have it be an easy win. I don't tend to think that's going to be the case. I think there's too much talent on both sides to make it anything less than competitive. But going into conference play, I mean, to think about NC State on Tuesday, it just doesn't feel like this season has gotten to a place where that should be what we're up against in just a few days from now. So I think this is a great opportunity for the team to continue to build, regardless of who their opponent was. Certainly this one has some storied history behind it.
Well, neither of these teams, and Jones, you said as much, Kentucky's got a poor record, but is probably not a poor team. the preseason expectations certainly haven't been met from those that make them outside the program. But, Eric, as we were talking about earlier, the two coaches participating in today's action are as good as any in developing a roster and improving over the course of a year.
Yeah, Dave, well, you and I talked about it before the big show got started, and when you talk about Coach Calipari, he is a player's coach. He is a guy that is going to instantly gain the respect of his players. That's why he gets so many young men to come play for him. He is a good coach to play for. People talk about kind of the phrase a player's coach. He understands a player. He's been around. He's been in the NBA. He tries to draw. He makes practices fun. I played for him when he was coaching the New Jersey Nets. He's a fun coach to play for. But at the same time, you and I also talked about the fact that he's right now working on some of the pillars of success for his team. Field goal shooting, free throw shooting, pace without turnovers. Those are things that aren't nuances. Those are areas that he knows inside and out. And so it's just a amount of time for him. Obviously, it's frustrating. It's very poor performance through the first 5 games for Kentucky. If you look at his career, he's at either the bottom or just below the bottom of the chart for his through first 5 games for every season that he's been at Kentucky. But I still think that inside, Cal's looking at this team and saying, we'll get there. It's just a matter of time.
And, Dave, I think this never gets talked about. I think Kentucky and Carolina try to be successful on the court. I'm talking about the style that they play in very similar ways. They rely on size. They rely on pace. They try to force turnovers. They don't necessarily rely heavily on the three-point shot. Of course, you need some balance and need guys that can shoot it. But I think both these teams traditionally, Kentucky, and there's some outlying seasons, of course, but Kentucky under John Calipari and Carolina from the Coach Smith through Coach Williams lineage, it feels like they try to be successful the way they play in similar ways. And so I'm interested to see. It's always when these two get together, and we've seen them play each other plenty here over the last few years, it is always a high-paced, competitive, fun game, and I would expect this one to be nothing more than that.
On the subject of size, 2 points here on the Breakthrough Physical Therapy Injury Report, the choice of North Carolina for keeping you in the game alive. Sterling Manley is still out of today's action, hasn't gone full court in anything in practice, according to Coach Williams the other day. But even without Manley in the lineup, fellas, it hasn't hampered the Tar Heels' ability to rebound. And John Calipari said as much, Jones, in his press conference the other day. That's probably the biggest facet of the game that concerns him coming into today.
Well, Kentucky's a good rebounding team. They come in out rebounding their opponents by about 6. But as we know, the Tar Heels have been dominant in that area consistently under Roy Williams, and they're doing it again this season. I mean, they're out rebounding teams by more than 15 per game right now. But, Eric, I think also, and you've been here watching these two teams play against each other in the last several years, when Kentucky plays Carolina, it is clear that John Calipari hammers home the need to go to the glass for Kentucky because they have traditionally held their own with the heels on the glass, and with the type of size and length that the Wildcats have, I would expect that to be the case today.
Sure, and I agree with that, Jones. I do think that the one area that Carolina has an advantage within the rebounding realm is the depth at the front court positions, because when you look at Kentucky's team, there are 2 players that are playing substantive minutes. Olivier Sarr, who is a familiar name to everybody, we'll go through personnel later, but he's a Wake Forest transfer. That's why the ACC has that familiarity with that name at 7 feet. And Isaiah Jackson at 6'10", who's a freshman playing 24 minutes a game. But remember how susceptible Carolina's big men have been to picking up some fouls in the offensive rebounding, defensive rebounding area. And so when you look at the fact that you've got 1 senior and 1 freshman for Kentucky that make up the bulk of their interior minutes, the area that Carolina may be able to go at them and hit home is still on the rebounding side, still around the glass. Don't be afraid to play physically because you have depth there. You've got 4 or 5 guys that can come in and give you that kind of size, length, and strength, and Kentucky has but really 2 inside. And that doesn't, not to preclude their perimeter players from playing a substantial role in the glass. They all have the ability to rebound, but you're really looking at your front court players, and Carolina should hold the ace in their hand.
Tar Heels and Wildcats coming up at the top of the hour as we get ready to take a quick timeout. We'll come back, discuss the opponent, the Kentucky Wildcats, next from Learfield, IMG.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Right now, you can get 5 cents off every gallon of fuel every day. That's 5 cents off every gallon with Make It Count rewards from Marathon. Plus, you can earn points for additional savings on fuel, airfare, hotels, and more. It's quick and easy to join. Just visit makeitcount.com/radio or download the free app. So start saving today with Make It Count from Marathon. Offer valid only at participating Marathon locations. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Harris Teeter is proud to assist our customers and communities every day with their food and pharmacy needs. This year, we partner with UNC, Duke, Wake Forest, and NC State to bring you the Big Four Grocery Assist promotion. Each week, one lucky contestant is chosen, and they win $5 in free groceries for every assist by each Big Four school that week. Plus, Harris Teeter will donate $10 for every assist throughout the season to the local food bank to support those in need. Visit harristeeter.com and look for the Grocery Assist page to enter today.
This is your home of the 6-time national champions, right here. Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
At McCurry Deck Motors, you can browse a selection of vehicles that includes all of the top models in Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC lineups. The McCurry Deck Motors lineup of vehicles checks all the boxes, ensuring that they will have the perfect vehicle for any car shopper that visits their lot. Come visit and see what's in store for you and your family with the McCurry Deck quality reputation of fair deals and customer service. Try the Chevy. Find new roads with Chevy. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of Chevy, Buick, and GMC. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
WCAB. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, the official health insurance partner of Carolina Athletics. Tar Heel fans, put your game face on and practice your 3 W's. Wear, wait, and wash. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, we resolve to help North Carolina stay healthy. Well, the Kentucky Wildcats are Carolina's opponent here today, and of course, UK is the winningest program in college basketball history. But, guys, the victories added to the Big Blue win tally this year have been few and far between. Kentucky's just 1-4 on the season, but, Jones, as we've alluded to, a couple of those games have been decided by a possession, and all the losses have been to quality ball clubs.
Yeah, and I think Kentucky, while it doesn't feel good in losing, I do think it feels good about the way it played in the second half in its most recent game, and that was last Saturday against Notre Dame. I mean, the score in the first half of that game was stunning. Notre Dame at one point went on a 19-0 run. The Irish led 33-9 at one point and 48-26 at halftime. And you thought, holy cow, what is going on with Kentucky? But then the Wildcats came back with probably their best 20 minutes of the season when you consider the opponent, where they put together themselves, had a big run, a 16-0 run in the second half, and had the ball down one. Final shot just didn't go in.
at the very end, and they end up losing by 1. But Coach Calipari, in reading and hearing from him this week, he has talked about how he felt like his team really started showing him something, and that was something they could build off of, and had a full week of practice leading up to this game. And so, yeah, just like the Tar Heels, I think this year is just a unique for Kentucky because of the situation that everyone's in. And I know people are tired of hearing this story, but I just think it's a unique season for teams playing with a lot of youth due to the unusual circumstances, the lack of a traditional preseason, all the stuff you've heard us talk about when it comes to Carolina. I think that's the same for Kentucky, if not, Eric, maybe even a little more so because of how much turnover Kentucky has. Now, nobody's going to cry for Kentucky. That's how they choose to run their program. They deal with that year in and year out. But it is certainly exacerbated for them and teams like Carolina and Kentucky this year just due to the amount of youth.
Yeah, no, I think that, we're seeing it come to the forefront more often than what we have seen in years past for Kentucky. You look at the years that Cal has been here in the 11 seasons, and you look at how this team is performing through 5 games. They've never shot as poorly as they are this year from the three-point line at 24.5%. They are allowing teams only twice before this season has Cal's defense allowed opponents to shoot better than 40% from the field. 40% is kind of a magic mark. When we look at teams, Dave and Jones, we're looking at teams and we're saying if they're sub 40, they're a pretty darn good team. Cal's teams have always been good defense. And, Jones, you talked about it with the pace of play. They've relied upon the pace of play historically to really fuel their offense. Even this year's team, they have 30% of their points are scored on dunks and layups, and 30% come on 2-point jump shots. So they're not even really focused on that three-point threat as much as they have been in years past. So I do think that there's been maybe less individual accountability for consistency, meaning these players can't do it on a nightly basis the way that they have in the past with Cal's teams. But, boy, it feels like they're just under the surface because you know the kind of players that Calipari recruits. You know what kind of program this is and what kind of players this attracts. So it should be a team that, maybe they're ripe for the picking right now, but I have to believe that it's a little bit of a fool's gold.
You talk about the lack of three-point shooting. That's one of the reasons why the Wildcats aren't scoring at a particularly high rate, but there are 3 players averaging in double figures, and one of the guys responsible for so many of those dunks and layups is a familiar name in ACC circles, Eric, and that's Olivier Sarr.
Yeah, Olivier Sarr, big guy. Last year playing against Carolina when we played Wake Forest, he had 9 points, not a world-beater number, but you look at this year's team. Jones just talked about the Notre Dame game. He has 22, 9, and 3 blocks, and so he's an impact player for Kentucky right now. Sometimes a change of venue, change of scenery is the right thing for players. And we talk about their early season opponents. These haven't been pushovers. Coach Williams talks about it in his interviews, Jones, and these are not bad teams. And so when you see a player like this starting to get better and better on the interior, Olivier Sarr provides something for them that Carolina hasn't seen yet, and the freshmen that are Carolina's big guys haven't seen it at all.
Yeah, Sarr, just if you remember him from Wake, big, tall, long player. He's good around the rim as far as altering shots defensively. He has a good face-up game on the offensive side as well. Plus, he does a good job, something that Kentucky likes to do, where they'll try to penetrate down the center and lob, have you come up to help and then lob an alley-oop to their big guys for dunks. He's real good at feeling that out on when to try that as the recipient of that play. And he's just a good player and one of the best transfers in the country this season. And for Kentucky, they needed to find some kind of veteran help, even if it was coming in from a different school, because they had so many young players. They lost almost 99% of their minutes and 94% of their points. And we haven't talked about, Keon Brooks, a guy who Carolina recruited heavily out of high school. He was the only player on the roster who had scored in a game for Kentucky, and he hasn't played yet this year due to an injury and is not expected to play today. So, they are a totally new group playing together, but a guy like Sarr or Davion Mintz, who's a graduate transfer from Creighton, they're relying on those guys to give them some veteran leadership, even if it's not a veteran of Kentucky. They're trying to help them stabilize this young team because, Dave, we've talked about the outside shooting. The other thing that's hurt Kentucky is, just like Carolina's, the turnovers. I mean, they're averaging more turnovers per game than the Tar Heels are. And we know how much trouble the Heels have had through 6 games holding on to the basketball. So both these teams have had very similar issues. Carolina's been able to navigate it a little bit better record-wise and getting a couple of quality wins. But both these teams, I think, are suffering some of the same problems at the moment.
Carolina and Kentucky coming up at the top of the hour in the CBS Sports Classic as we head to another timeout. We'll come back. Eric's going to stick with us. Adam Lucas will join us. They'll answer some of your Carolina questions. And Jones will begin his pregame conversation with Coach Williams in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. It all adds up to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield, IMG College.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with. Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
Hey, Carolina fans, the holidays are here. Are you trying to find the perfect gift for the Tar Heel in your life? No matter their age, child to adult, you can give the gift of membership with a Rams Club, Student Rams Club, or Carolina Kids Club membership. Starting at just $25, your membership directly impacts the student athletes you cheer for on the field, on the court, or in competition. Please visit ramsclub.com/gift for more information.
Libman makes a difference. The Libman Mop Crew is part of our winning team by making sure the hardwood is clean and safe for the players every game at the Smith Center. No matter what kind of flooring you have at your home court, Libman has the tools to keep it clean. Their mops, brooms, and brushes are proudly family-made in the USA. Visit Libman.com to see their whole lineup and for a store locator. That's Libman.com. Libman, the official hardwood floor care provider of Carolina Athletics.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
If you have wanted a new tractor, now's the time to visit NC Tractor and Farm Supply, home of the tough, versatile, dependable Massey Ferguson. You can save money now with the end-of-the-year savings. Get 0% for 84 months. Now, that's a deal. Phil Sheehan wants to make sure his friends in Rutherford and Polk counties get the best deal possible. These Massey Ferguson tractors have been running in families for generations, and you would be selling yourself short if you bought anything else or any place else. See Phil and his team today and find out about the large inventory of the tough, versatile, dependable Massey Ferguson tractors. 0% interest for 84 months. What a deal. And only at NC Tractor, 299 Railroad Avenue, or call them at 429-5008.
We are remembering the classic oldies right here on WCAB Rutherfordton. The best of both worlds now. AM 590 and 100.9 FM.
Welcoming you back to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Carolina and Kentucky, our main event, coming up just after 2 o'clock here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. We'll hear from Jones and Coach Williams a little bit later on in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, but we'll start this segment off with a little Carolina Q&A, and our first question from Thomas Dale has Eric's name all over it. Big fella Thomas wants to know, how can Carolina get closer to playing at a Roy Williams-type tempo?
Well, Thomas, one of the things we've talked about just recently in the pregame is turnovers, and one thing you can do is control your turnovers. Sometimes we'd have to ask our statisticians and crack math statisticians and Adam Lucas to give us a ratio here of how many times we've rebounded the ball and then pushed it out and turned it over before we can get to the other end and score. But I think what we see is that pace oftentimes creates those turnovers, and Coach Williams talks about those are the turnovers you're okay with sometimes because you're going to have inherently more opportunities to turn the ball over, but you're creating good opportunities. I also think that just familiarity, understanding where your players are going to be, how they're going to fill the lanes, when they're going to be ready to catch and shoot so that you can take advantage of those fast break opportunities.
You mentioned Adam Lucas. He's got our next question here from Taylor Martin, and it's a good one. Adam, how did the late change of opponent affect Carolina's preparation?
Well, I think you'll hear Roy Williams talk about this a little later, and you'd rather hear it from him than from me. But I definitely think it was more of a coach issue than a player issue because the coaches had already prepared for Ohio State. Brad Frederick had the scout on the Buckeyes, and he had that scouting report all ready to go. Hubert Davis has the scout for Kentucky, so he kind of got that dropped on him on Wednesday. Normally the coaches would spend a good solid week getting ready for that, watching four or five games on tape of the opponent. So he had to cram all that into Wednesday when Carolina already was scheduled to have their NCAA mandated off day. Got that scouting report ready, gave it to the players on Thursday and Friday, and they're going to play the game on Saturday. It's been a little bit of an uneven week with the schedule, with a lot of things going back and forth and a lot of possibilities up in the air. So I think player-wise the issue is focus, and are you focused on this game? They're very close to getting ready to go home for Christmas, but they've got another game still coming up. And so I think a lot of their eyes have been turned towards home this week, but you need them focused here in Cleveland today.
Well, the good news is we're going to play basketball, and that's something that a lot of programs can't say as the Tar Heels and Wildcats compete in the CBS Sports Classic. All right, let's send things over to Jones right now. He is joined by Coach Williams in another installment of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire, innovative technology and driving confidence. For a dealer near you, go to ContinentalTire.com.
Carolina's in Cleveland to face Kentucky as part of the CBS Sports Classic. I'm with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams, inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. And, Coach, this, of course, not the opponent you were expecting to play today in Cleveland. Just found out a few days ago that instead of Ohio State, it would be the Wildcats. How exactly did Kentucky find its way onto your schedule instead of the Buckeyes?
Probably a lot more unfriendly than we make it sound, but the two schools couldn't agree on the protocols they wanted to follow. The Pac-10 and the SEC have different protocols, and instead of just trying to do something different, they just asked if me and Ohio State, Chris and I would play and different opponents, and we talked. We want to play in this tournament. We think it's a great thing, and so we said yes. But it was the only unusual thing about it. It was such a last-second kind of change, and it doesn't bother any of us. We're going to play good teams regardless of who you play, but it probably would have been a little bit better if we'd gotten the information earlier.
Coach, did it disrupt your week of preparation or practice in any way to have that last-second change?
Well, we'd already started talking about Ohio State to our team, and the coach's viewpoint had done so much work towards Ohio State, and then all of a sudden, bam, and then you're not playing them, you're playing Kentucky, so it was a load on the staff trying to change over from that. But we don't have to play in the game, the guys do.
Coach, it has been a week since your last action against North Carolina Central in the Smith Center last Saturday. What's been the focus this week for you and your guys?
Just trying to get better, Jones. We're not playing at the pace we want to play. We're turning it over way too much, not getting the shot that we want to get. So we're trying to get better at basketball. I gave you so many big things there, but that's what we're doing, is trying to get better at basketball.
Coach, one individual who has played well here as of late and really all season is Armando Bacot. He had his second double-double in 3 games. Last time out, he had 19 points and 11 rebounds. How has Armando taken some steps forward this year?
In my mind, the biggest thing is he's simplified. Instead of spinning right, spinning left, spin right, and then try to throw up a hook shot or something, he's realizing he's big and strong and he's explosive, and try to make it a simpler move to the basket. And so far, and I'll knock on wood, so far that's meant more of them were going in than it did in the past.
Armando and the Tar Heels will see Kentucky, as we talked about. We'll get a little deeper into the Wildcats a little later in our pregame show.
Okay, that's part one of our 2-part conversation with Coach Williams in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. As we go to another timeout, we'll come back and check in with another Carolina head coach. That's Mack Brown with the Tar Heels football team. He'll talk a little recruiting next from Learfield, IMG.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. And as a co-op member, you are part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through new energy services, support for local communities, and innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
In a time when preventive care is more important than ever, routine oral checkups could save your life. That's why Delta Dental of North Carolina offers individual dental plans starting at less than $1 a day. For example, our large network of dentists can detect 120 signs of symptoms of diseases before they're life-threatening. Keep your healthcare costs low and your health at an all-time high with the power of preventive dental plans from Delta Dental of North Carolina. Choose your health first. Choose Delta Dental.
Carolina basketball continues after this.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt at Insurance Service Associates, about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
McCurry-Deck Motors has been providing the stylish Buick for families for generations. Come browse a new selection and you'll find the car that everybody's talking about. The family-owned dealership is deeply entrenched in our community. They understand the needs of the customers and will work with them to find the perfect car, truck, or crossover for their lives. Experience the new Buick at McCurry-Deck Motors. Take a look around the website to learn more about everything offered at McCurry-Deck Motors, 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Today's pregame show is brought to you by Reed's Jewelers. The official Reed's Jewelers time of tip has now been pushed back to 2:11. Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. That's Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. We've got Carolina and Kentucky on the basketball court coming up this afternoon, but earlier in the week, the Carolina football program cemented what the recruiting pundits claim is one of the top 15 classes in the country. When Mack Brown met the media, he divulged his in-state and area recruiting strategy that he hopes will return Carolina to the top of the ACC.
If you're going by the rules, which we are, it's easier to get a guy close to home than it is all the way across the country, because the more schools he has to drive by or fly by to get to you is problematic. So I want guys where their parents can see them play. I want guys where their friends can see them play, their high school coaches can see them play. And then I'd love for guys to play on our team, by and large, that are going to live in that area when they get through, because it's easier for them to get jobs. And when we talk about it's a 40-year decision instead of a 4-year decision, the 40-year decision means that they can get a good job because of what they've done at the university, the way they've represented themselves, and it sets them up for a lifetime. And that's just the way we've always recruited. So we'll pretty much stay within that, we'll stay within our footprint from D.C. to Atlanta, understanding last year we got a Clyde Pender, or you you go get a Don Chapman or you get an Eli Sutton out of there, but it's not going to be the norm.
And that's the head coach of the Carolina football team, Mack Brown, and you can bet Coach Brown and the rest of the Tar Heel football program will have their eyes locked on the Clemson-Notre Dame ACC championship game later today because Carolina's bowl slot could be very much affected by the outcome of what happens in Charlotte today. We'll talk a lot more about that when the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard rolls around a little later on here during the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. But coming up next, we've got not only our Delta Dental moment that made you smile, we'll check in with Kentucky head basketball coach John Calipari. It's the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, and it continues after this from Learfield, IMG College.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with. Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
In a time when preventive care is more important than ever, routine oral checkups could save your life. That's why Delta Dental of North Carolina offers individual dental plans starting at less than $1 a day. For example, our large network of dentists can detect 120 signs of symptoms of diseases before they're life-threatening. Keep your healthcare costs low and your health at an all-time high with the power of preventive dental plans from Delta Dental of North Carolina. Choose your health first. Choose Delta Dental.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize social justice and racial equity grantee Knox Street Studios for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
This is your home of the 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Dreams are what the holidays are all about. And nothing says dreams like holiday scratch-offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. It's a gift that could be so many things. Holiday scratch-offs with over $45 million in total prizes. There's a lot of dreams to give this holiday season. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 2.98 to 4.77. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
North Carolina. The Tar Heels have beaten the Wildcats 24 times over the course of history, making Carolina the only program in the country with 10 or more wins against Kentucky and a winning record. And the last time Carolina enjoyed a win over Kentucky was as thrilling a victory as Carolina has had in recent memory. March 26, 2017, the stage was set at the Elite Eight in Memphis for a heavyweight fight. While Kentucky had beaten Carolina 103-100 almost 4 months earlier in Vegas, the Tar Heels weren't fazed in the waning moments of an instant classic. With just under a minute to play, Roy Williams' team was up 71-64, but a furious flurry of three-pointers brought the Wildcats even with 10 seconds remaining and etching a young sophomore's name in the lore of Carolina basketball.
Pinson comes front court. Pinson to May for the win. Got it! Luke May! He got it! 0.3 of a second! Luke May gives Carolina the 75-73 lead.
The win sent the Tar Heels to the program's 20th Final Four, and a week later, its 7th national title. That was the Tar Heel moment that made us smile. Brought to you by Delta Dental of North Carolina, celebrating 50 years of ensuring North Carolina smiles.
Big moment in Carolina basketball history, and for all the smiles it gave to Tar Heel fans, one person who was not smiling during the course of that sequence was Kentucky coach John Calipari. And, of course, his tenure in the Bluegrass State has been a great one for UK, making it to 7 Elite Eights. That was just one of them that you heard. 4 Final Fours and 1 national title. A Naismith Hall of Famer, Calipari is one of just 2 head coaches to lead 3 programs to Final Fours. But today, with the NCAA tournament still far off in the future, his focus is simply on his program.
It's a work in progress, but we're narrowing in a little bit. And what I don't want it to do is change game to game. I want to go with it, and we played enough games to give us an idea. And the second piece of it is we had to tell some guys, you're not going to shoot threes. None. And I said, most college teams, they have 2, maybe 3. There are a couple that have 4 or 5 that are, but they're giving up something, either athleticism, they're giving up something, toughness, defensively, something's given up if you have 4 or 5 3-point shooters. Normal, a team will have 2, maybe a third that can shoot some, but those 2 shoot the most. We had like 8 guys that thought it was okay to shoot threes, and no, it isn't okay. And the other thing is we got to look for baskets, not just threes. If that ball goes into the paint or a drive into the paint and it's kicked out, let it go. But as the ball's swinging, as we're running offense, a 2's as good as a 3. You make a couple 2's, that's okay too now. So we just got to get them accepting the roles they have, getting them to focus on game planning. I mean, we're just sloppy, execution, sloppy, game plan. I told him today, my thing that I said to him, you don't think any less of yourself. You just think of yourself less. You still have confidence in how hard you've worked and all those things. You're just not in the game just thinking of yourself. You should be thinking of the team and your teammates. Don't think any less of yourself. Just think less of yourself. And I try to get them to, we got to think in a unison right now. And how do we get it? And again, let me go back, and we're all in the same boat here. But they would have been at my house 20 times already, in between practices, for dinners, some film. We're together. We've been there twice. We will have dinners together. We will have had functions they would be in each other's rooms. They would be playing videos. They would be in the locker room. None of that's happening. We have 10 new players that don't know each other. And it's hard when they're only together for 2.5 hours on the court. And so we're doing some things that, hopefully we stay safe. But I'm trying to say we've got to get to know one another, trust one another as much off the court as on. And so, but it's, like I said, you want to see where we are. You want to see that, did you learn from the Notre Dame second half of what you're capable of doing? And then don't think any less of yourself. Just think of yourself less. Think of the team more.
And that's Kentucky head basketball coach John Calipari. We're a little over 15 minutes to tip-off, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Folks, our game, far from the only game taking place today. There's plenty of ACC action, lots going on in the top 25, including the top 3 teams in action before the end of the afternoon, plus college football. It's Championship Saturday. Even the Panthers play tonight in the NFL. We'll run through all the action next on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard from Learfield, IMG.
Harris Teeter is proud to assist our customers and communities every day with their food and pharmacy needs. This year, we partner with UNC, Duke, Wake Forest, and NC State to bring you the Big Four Grocery Assist promotion. Each week, one lucky contestant is chosen, and they win $5 in free groceries for every assist by each Big Four school that week. Plus, Harris Teeter will donate $10 for every assist throughout the season to the local food bank to support those in need. Visit harristeeter.com and look for the Grocery Assist page to enter today.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Megan Pennington of Pasquotank County High School in Elizabeth City. Her project, A Brighter Future, is sponsored by Albemarle EMC based in Hertford.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
Ugh, I have to do laundry when I get home. I have to lug all my clothes over to the washing machine. Then I get to put them in the dryer. And accidentally shrink my cashmere sweater again.
Motorcycles make everything exciting. And when Geico makes it easy to switch and save on motorcycle insurance, it's even more exciting.
I'm gonna fold all my socks into little balls! Yeah!
Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, and our phone number is 828-245-4591.
Holding hands, sipping cherry cokes, and enjoying the music of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. 100.9 FM, 590 AM. This is WCAB.
Cola. Together tastes better. Duke Energy. Building a smarter energy future for you. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Carolina and Kentucky closing in on the tip. Dave Nathan welcoming you back again to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. And it's championship Saturday for college football conferences throughout the country. Of course, the ACC championship game coming up later today at 4 o'clock from Charlotte. Number 3, Clemson. Number 2, Notre Dame vying for a spot in the CFP's Final Four. And there's a chance the ACC could get 2 in, but again, there'd have to be a lot of different things at work for something like that to work out. But long story short, 4 o'clock from Charlotte, ACC championship game between number 2 Notre Dame and number 3 Clemson. Other college football action already in progress from the Big Ten championship game. Number 14 Northwestern has taken a 10-6 lead on number 4 Ohio State into the halftime locker room. A loss here for Ohio State would be crippling for a spot in the CFP. And, of course, for Northwestern, a win would be sweet for the Wildcats, likely on the outside looking in of college football's Final Four, but still a chance to claim a Big Ten championship. Number 5, Texas A&M's got skin in the game for a CFP berth, and the Aggies so far taking care of business in Knoxville after falling behind 7-0. The Aggies now lead 24-13 over the Vols with 12:45 still to play here in the third quarter. Oklahoma and Iowa State in the halftime locker room with the Sooners up 24-0.
to 7. Cyclones not completely out of the college football playoff picture at number 6 in this week's poll. Oklahoma in at number 10. Louisiana and Coastal Carolina from the Sun Belt. That game has been canceled. Tulsa and Cincinnati in the AAC is supposed to commence at 8 o'clock. And at 4:15 in the Mountain West Conference, Boise State, number 24, San Jose State. Quickly in the NFL, the Carolina Panthers traveling up to the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field for an 8:15 showdown with the Packers. And in college basketball, let's not forget about that. The top team in the land right now, Gonzaga, trying to hold off Iowa. 89-79 Zags, just under 3 minutes to play in that matchup. Number 2, Baylor is taking on Kansas State at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Later at 9 at St. Joe's, and number 7, Villanova at 4:15 in the other CBS Sports Classic game. It's likely going to be closer to 4:30, UCLA and number 20, Ohio State. One final to report from earlier, as number 23, Louisville, has fallen to number 12, Wisconsin, 85-48. And that'll do it for a pretty full and complete look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. We, again, are closing in on the top of the hour, so before we push the pause button, let's push the ID button. 10 seconds down the lines for stations to identify themselves on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
And you're listening to the Tar Heels on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford. 2 minutes before 2 o'clock, 46 degrees.
It's Carolina and Kentucky in the CBS Sports Classic. We've got another installment of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, plus keys to the game. On the way after this from Learfield IMG College.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high. Because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Carolina basketball continues after this.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, and our phone number is 828-245-4591.
Holding hands, sipping cherry Cokes, and enjoying the music of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. 100.9 FM, 590 AM. This is WCAB.
By State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
It is the 40th all-time meeting between Carolina and Kentucky, and two of the three winningest teams in college basketball history. I'm with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams. We are inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, and Coach, Kentucky seems to be facing some of the same challenges that Carolina is right now in terms of youth and turnovers and inconsistency from the outside. But also, like the Tar Heels, there is no denying, gosh, there is plenty of talent on this Kentucky team.
Well, there is, and I think, Jones, that's a good assessment on your part. Both of us young, same problems, got to get better, stop turning the ball over, make shots instead of just shooting shots, and it'll be interesting to see if both of us get well today or both of us get worse today. But I think the team that gets closer to getting well is going to be the team that wins. And there are talent on both sides. Sardis gives them a legitimate scorer up front who's gotten better with each of their games. The last game, I think, was 22 points, his best game. And as you say, there's an abundance of talent there with the freshman class. But they've got a big guy with a lot of experience, and then their point guard, number 10, Mintz, is a grad transfer, and in between those two, a lot of freshmen. But it is similar teams, and again, one of us needs to get well today, and the team that does get well will benefit from it.
Coach, last thing, as it traditionally does, Kentucky just has a lot of length on the court, up front, in the backcourt as well. Where does that most concern you of where that could benefit them today?
Well, that makes them a better pressing team because they use that length. It's harder for you to throw the ball inside, which is big for us because of that length. I mean, RJ is going to be guarded at sometimes by a 6'7" guy, and it's harder to get the ball into the post past him, and that length usually ends up to a lot of deflections. And so we've got to do a lot of good things trying to fake our pass, fake it away from where we want to throw it, and then try to deliver it where we want the ball to go, and to make sure against the press that we don't turn it over. We push the pace and try to get something as soon as we get down there.
That's the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams, inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Coach, as always, thank you for your time, and best of luck this afternoon.
All right, Jones, Adam, both of you guys have a great day.
From the Continental Tire Coach's Corner to our keys to the game, brought to you by Crumley Roberts. For more information about their legal practice areas and community programs, please visit crumleyroberts.com. Jones, my key for this one is the free throw line. Yes, Carolina's played one more game than Kentucky, but the Tar Heels have been to the stripe almost twice as many times as the Wildcats on the early season.
I'm sure I've used this before this season, Dave, but it's just got to be turnovers. And I feel like it's turnovers until the Tar Heels prove that it's not turnovers. Eric, the Heels are turning the ball over almost 17 times per game on average. You just heard Coach talk about Kentucky's length and how that could be a problem in that area. Gosh, that number just has to get better before you feel like the Tar Heels can get better.
Yeah, I agree. It's certainly been a constant source and need for Carolina. I also think that Carolina's inherent size advantage, and I'm talking about not just man-to-man early on starting off, but the depth of size. Can Carolina use that size depth to their advantage today is my key.
All right, that'll do it for an extended edition of the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, and we hope that the Carolina-Kentucky matchup has been worth the wait. We'll have starting lineups and the tip-off coming up right after this from Learfield IMG College.
Catches it, a spin move, drop step to the baseline. Two-handed jam. Steps back for three. Nailed it from way downtown. Drives the lane, kaboom, count it, and gets the foul. Are you kidding me?
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan with game-changing tech that makes every drive as exciting as a game-winning buzzer beater. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I want a race that's great. Who is this? Free him tonight. Hey, it's Jake. I want a way to save. Got the coverage on my brand new ride. State Farm rates. Yeah, they're great. State Farm, State Farm, State Farm rates.
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Pizza or wings? The debate older than time itself. But here at B-Dubs, we've got an insider tip. New pizza wings are the flavor of pizza on wings. That's both your favorite foods together to make your new favorite food. So get to B-Dubs and chow down on some meaty, savory loopholes. The only thing we don't serve is regrets. Pizza wings, one of 4 new sauces at Buffalo Wild Wings. Available for dine-in, takeout, and delivery.
Pizza wings available for a limited time. Delivery subject to availability. Fees may apply.
This is your home of the 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been standing up for clients and communities throughout North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, and beyond. This year, more than ever, Crumley Roberts is proud to support UNC athletics, student athletes, and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether learning or teaching on campus or from home, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Please visit CrumleyRoberts.com for more information about how our Crumley Roberts Tar Heels are standing up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels!
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high, because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
Do you have chronic or persistent pain due to increased stress from big life changes? Great news! There's hope without the use of pills or surgery. The experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy can help you find relief and results, often within a few visits. Breakthrough, proud partner of Carolina Athletics, has 7 locations in the Raleigh-Durham area. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
Jones Angel with you in Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in, let me tell you, chilly Cleveland, Ohio, as we get ready for the 41st, I think I said 40th a second ago with Coach Williams, 41st meeting between Carolina and Kentucky, and certainly a unique setup here in the CBS Sports Classic. No fans here today, not even family of players outside of the teams themselves. Fewer than 100 people in the arena. That includes just staff for the arena, staff for media purposes, in which there's the television broadcast. The only radios here are us and for Ohio State for later on. And gosh, fewer than 15 media members here covering the game as well. So very few people outside of the teams here in Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse for Carolina and Kentucky. Let's get to the Libman starting lineups presented by Libman, protecting the hardwood of Carolina basketball. We'll start with Kentucky. Wildcats come in 1-4. It's their worst start through 5 games since the 1985 season. They ended up with a winning record and going to the Sweet 16 that particular year. John Calipari, of course, the head coach of Kentucky, and he starts 3 freshmen and 2 transfers. The freshman, Brandon Boston, he's the leading scorer for Kentucky at better than 14 points from Norcross, Georgia, although he went to high school in California last season at Sierra Canyon. He was joined by Zaire Williams, who played at Stanford. LeBron James's son played for that particular high school as well. And Boston was actually named the player of the year for that level of basketball in California. So he had a terrific senior year, and he's had a great start for Kentucky as well. Terrence Clark, 6'7" freshman from Boston, 14 points, 3.5 rebounds per game. He's starting to shoot the ball well. He was 0 for 8 from 3 in the first 3 games. He's 5 for 8 from 3 in the last 2. The other guard is Davion Mintz, a graduate transfer from Creighton. He's actually from North Carolina. He's from Charlotte, went to North Mech. He's Kentucky's leaders in assists and steals. Up front, Isaiah Jackson, 6'10", rookie from Pontiac, Michigan. He's a great shot blocker, top 20 in the nation at almost 3 per game. He's also Kentucky's leading rebounder. He had 8 blocks against Kansas earlier this season. And Olivier Sarr, we talked about some in the pregame, the Wake Forest transfer, 7-foot senior, originally from France. coming off a 22-point game against Notre Dame. For the Tar Heels, they're 4-2 through 6 games, ranked number 22 in the AP poll, 21 in the coaches poll. Of course, Hall of Famer Roy Williams, their head man, 889 career victories. Carolina going with the same starting 5 that it has had every game thus far. That's the freshman duo of Caleb Love and R.J. Davis in the backcourt. Love, 11 points, 3.5 assists. Davis, 11 points and about 3 assists. Davis trying to bounce back from an ugly shooting game against Central last week. R.J. was just 2 of 10 from the field and 0 of 5 from three-point range. Leaky Black, 6'8 junior from Concord, 3 of 17 from the field in his first 2 games. Been better since, shooting a little better than 40% since then. He'll try to continue his really high-quality play on the glass, where he's had 7 or more rebounds in 5 straight games. Garrison Brooks, 6'10 senior, Lafayette, Alabama. He's averaging 12 points and 8 rebounds per game. And finally, Armando Bacot. We'll see Dayron Sharp, but it's Bacot in the starting lineup. 6'10 sophomore from Richmond, Virginia, coming off that double-double against Central last week, where he had 19 points and 11 rebounds. Carolina is the designated road team for this game, so they'll be wearing the Carolina blue jerseys, Carolina blue shorts, the white numbers, letters, and trim, the Argyle down the side of both the jerseys and the shorts. Kentucky in its home white with the royal blue lettering, numbering, and piping. 3 officials today: Eric Curry, who was one of the officials in Asheville in that Maui tournament, Patrick Evans, and Terry Weimer. It is going to be Isaiah Jackson and Armando Bacot to jump it up. Ball is in the air, and Kentucky will earn the first possession. 41st meeting between Carolina and Kentucky, and the CBS Sports Classic underway here in Cleveland. Boston with it for the Wildcats. Over left wing, it goes to Clark. As we see it, Wildcats moving right to left. So if you're watching on TV and listening, it'll be the opposite direction as you are seeing it right now, as Kentucky gets a man free down low. Isaiah Jackson for the dunk. Tar Heels had some confusion on the perimeter defensively. That allowed Jackson all alone for the slam. Carolina with the basketball. Kentucky up 2-0, just 30-some seconds into the game. All of Kentucky's players off the bench and standing almost on the baseline is R.J. Davis. A long 3 is no good. And a rebound foul called on Kentucky, I believe. It is. It's going to be on Brandon Boston. So first foul on either team, as Boston called for holding on the rebound. Inbound goes in the corner to Black. Heels quickly work it around the perimeter. Ends up on the left wing to Love. Up high to Davis. Quickly now to Black. Carolina really moving the ball around, but not getting close to the basket. As now Brooks has it still outside the arc. Shot clock down to 7, and there's a foul off the ball on Kentucky. It is going to be on Jackson. He had been banging down low throughout the entire possession against Armando Bacot, and eventually the whistle blows. And that's second foul on Kentucky, as Love, having some trouble getting it in, finally does in the corner to Brooks. 1 minute gone by. It's still 2-0 Kentucky, as Carolina still holding the ball for its first possession. Looking down low for Brooks, nothing there, so Black pushes up middle of the floor to R.J. Davis. Shot clock down to 5. Davis gets a screen from Bacot, picks up his dribble. Shot clock down to 2. Love has to force up a long 3 at the horn, no good. Rebound to Kentucky. Carolina never got moving as long as that possession was. Carolina never really got the ball close to the basket, as Kentucky has it with a 2-0 lead. Clark on the left sideline, around a screen, guarded by Leaky Black, has the ball tipped away. Clark able to recover, then he almost turns it over, trying to pass it over to Boston. Love battling with him, dives to the floor, but Boston able to rip it away. That gives Kentucky the advantage numbers-wise the other way, but a three-pointer missed. Long rebound goes to the Wildcats, and Boston able to push it back up and in. So an offensive rebound putback for Boston makes it 4-0 Kentucky. The 3 was missed by Mintz earlier in the possession. 17:55 to go first half. 4-0 Wildcats. Bacot gets free down low, and he's able to muscle it up and over the shot block attempt of Jackson. Nice find by Davis to hit Bacot with good timing on the pass. As a foul called on the other side, R.J. Davis, going to be called for using his body to try and stay in front of the driving Davion Mintz. First foul on Davis, but it was a good pass by Davis on the other side to hit Baycott right when he was open and give him time to catch it and quickly make a move and score. Driving left baseline is Clark, cut off by Leaky Black, tries to pass it out to Mintz, and it's knocked into the Tar Heel bench area by Caleb Love. Shot clock at 17, 17:35 to go first half, 4-2. Kentucky with the early advantage and the basketball. Well, a lot of pushing and shoving as Kentucky gets set for the inbounds. Double team coming as Carolina doubles up Clark. He's caught at the timeline, able to force it to Sarr. Extra pass to Mintz, and then he travels, starting his drive. So the Carolina bench gets up and applauds, and it's going to be the two benches that are trying to create the energy for their particular teammates out on the court today with nobody here in Cleveland. 4-2, Kentucky with the lead, Carolina with the basketball. Love has it on the left sideline, out to Davis. Guarded by the taller Boston. Now he pitches over to Leaky Black, top right, looking for Baycott down low, gets it to him on the bounce pass. Baycott, double team comes, kicks it out to Black, open look at three, online but too strong, rebound to Baycott, goes back up, and he was fouled on the floor as he started his move to the cup after the offensive rebound. Believe that foul is on Jackson. It is, and that's his second, so that's going to prompt a change for Kentucky as Lance Ware, another freshman, 6'9" rookie from Camden, New Jersey, will check in and get Jackson, who already has two fouls. 17:02 to go first half. Still just 4-2 Kentucky. Carolina inbounding, and they find Brooks wide open for the two-handed dunk. Love with the quick bounce pass to the senior who flushed it down. That'll tie it up at 4. Kentucky with the basketball out in the middle of the court. Clark checked by Leaky Black. Left-handed dribble, left of the lane, stumbles, pitches it in the corner to Mintz. He'll drive, get it to Boston. Almost took too many steps, but he saves it out to Mintz for 3, and he knocks it in. Well, Kentucky only averages making 4 3-pointers per game. That's for Mintz, just his 6th make of the season, and it gives them a 7-4 advantage. Love gets a screen from Baycott to go to the right wing in the front court. Now Brooks, left sideline, passes to Davis. Shot clock at 15 as Black has it, top right now. Shot clock down to 10 as he hands off right sideline to Love. Love dribbles through the top of the key, bounce pass to R.J. Davis. Shot clock getting low. It's down to 3 as Davis takes heavy contact, misses the runner, and nothing but white Kentucky jerseys underneath for the board. Mintz on the drive to Boston, up and under for the 2. Nice transition finish there for Kentucky, who leads it 9-4. Tar Heels are shooting just 2 of 6 from the field thus far. Black on the right wing in the front court, drives into the paint, stops, pops, it rattles out, rebound tipped around, and an over the back call on Garrison Brooks, trying to bring in the rebound. His first and team foul number 2. So Carolina shooting just 2 of 7. Meanwhile, Kentucky, who entered the game shooting 43% on the year, is 4 of 5 thus far from the field. That has the Wildcats up 9-4 with 15:44 to go in the first half. We're in Cleveland, Ohio today for the Heels and the Cats as part of the CBS Sports Classic. Carolina down 5 early on from Learfield, IMG College.
Tired of cooking at home? Change it up without getting up. Just order Jersey Mike's through our app for no-contact delivery or no-contact at-the-door pickup. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angell, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works.
This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
WCAB.
Kentucky with the early advantage, 9-4 over the Tar Heels. And it will be UK basketball as well. Hey, do you miss seeing Carolina in person this year? Of course you do. You can bring the experience home with Coca-Cola Heels Hoops from Home packages, starting at $30 each. Each package includes a men's basketball yearbook, men's and women's basketball posters, Coke products, stadium cups, popcorn tubs, and more. Order your Coke Heels Hoops from Home package today on GoHeels.com. And a reminder that generations of Tar Heels have called Granville Towers home, located in the heart of Chapel Hill off Franklin Street, close to campus as well. Granville offers multiple room types and the best food on campus with flexible meal plans. Applications for next year accepted in January. Granville Towers, place to be at UNC. Kentucky has scored on 4 of its 5 possessions and has 3 of its 4 field goals have been assisted upon. So they're moving the ball well and effectively as Carolina is down 9-4. Tar Heels trying to double up the new point guard in the game, Devin Askew, for Kentucky. He's able to get it away to Ware. Now back to Askew, middle of the court. He'll loop around the defense of Love, drive in, and score. So Askew is able to drive and score to make it 11-4 Kentucky as the Wildcats continue to shoot the ball well. Andrew Platek coming to the scorer's table for Carolina, as is Dayron Sharp. Right now, Carolina has its starting 5 still on the court. Brooks able to muscle it up and over a double team from left of the lane, gets the bucket and the foul, and he'll have a chance for 3. It's our Duke Energy powerful play of the game, brought to you by Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future for you. The foul is on Boston for Kentucky, so that's his second. And he becomes the second Wildcat with 2 fouls, but Brooks can't complete the 3-point play. He missed the free throw strong as a quick 3 is taken and made on the other side by Davion Mintz. He had made 5 all season, but he's made 2 here in the first 5 minutes of the game, and it's 14-6 Kentucky, and Platek's entry pass is kicked. So Carolina will have the basketball. 5 on the floor is Davis, Platek, Black, Brooks, and Sharp, as now the officials are coming to the scorer's table. (14-6) the score. They are not playing any ambient crowd noise here in Cleveland, so you can hear every word that is coming. And there are a lot of words from John Calipari to the officials right now, as he is upset. He feels the Tar Heels are being too physical in the paint and should be getting foul calls offensively. Davis whips the inbounds to Leaky Black in the corner. And there, the complaining by John Calipari pays off as Dayron Sharp is called for a foul off the ball down low. So that's going to turn it over to Kentucky, and Tar Heels in danger here of falling behind by double figures for the 5th time in 7 games in the first half. They're down 8 right now, and Kentucky has the ball. Sarr, checked by Sharp outside the 3-point arc, gets it to Boston, now passes out center jump circle area to Askew. Penetrates, kicks it in the corner to Sarr, and he shuffles his feet trying to start his drive for another turnover. Each team has turned it over. Carolina once, and Kentucky now 3 times in the game. Wildcats continuing to shoot well. They're 6 of 7 from the field. Carolina's just 3 of 8. 14-6 Kentucky. Carolina's had a hard time just getting into its offense, it feels like, in the half court. Kentucky, traditionally a very good defensive team. A lot of length. They make it hard for you to run your stuff. Sharp hands off to R.J. Davis. Clean open look for 3, way off the mark. Boy, took it from the left wing, and it hit on the right side of the rim. And Kentucky with the board. 14-10 to go first half as Mintz, who's already hit 2 threes. That one's off the mark, though. Short from the left wing. Rebound Carolina. Black comes right up the center of the court, front side. Heels going left to right as we see it in their Carolina blue road uniforms. Davis has it up high to Brooks, looking down low for Sharp. Playtech lobs it to him. Sharp recovers with one dribble and misses the shot, gets it back, and is able to score. Dayron never quite had control of his body, it felt like, the entire play, but eventually is able to get the bucket as Mintz open for three, knocks it in. Tar Heels tried to double up on Askew, and he passed it over to Mintz on the sideline, who hit the three and then said something to the Tar Heel bench about it. That is 3 threes. Mintz had made 5 all season. It is now 17-8. Kentucky has almost made as many threes here in the first 7 minutes as they average per game as Brooks is stripped. Going up. Here comes Kentucky the other way. Askew going to draw the foul on the drive. I believe it's going to be on R.J. Davis. And that will be his second. So he becomes the first Tar Heel with 2 as Caleb Love and Kerwin Walton will enter. Davis exits as well as Leaky Black. So the 5 on the floor are going to be Love, Playtech, Walton, Brooks, and Sharp. 13-11 to go first half. Kentucky 17, Carolina 8. 3 3-pointers by Davion Mintz. The big difference right now as a running hook shot, good. Terrence Clark drove in from the left and hooked it in, and here's that double-figure deficit for the 5th time in 7 games. Heels down more than 10 in the first half. Down 11 with 12:54 to go as Walton, a poor entry pass, and he is lucky because a foul was called. Tried to get it down low to Sharp, and the foul called on Ware. I am stunned that there hasn't been at least a warning on the Kentucky bench, as active as it has been in the officials' ears. But nothing doing in that regard thus far. Love looking to throw it in. He's got to get it in quickly. Finally lobs it to the free throw line, and Dayron Sharp. He'll hand off to Playtech. Back out to Love, top of the key. Takes a dribble. It's long 2. Nothing but net. Caleb Love's first bucket makes it 19-10. Kentucky continuing to shoot well. They are 8 of 10 from the field, including 3 of 5 from 3. As Askew falls down, is able to save it to Sarr in the right corner to Clark. His 3 off the back iron, no. Dayron Sharp way up for the rebound. Here come the Heels the other way. Love stops right wing in the forecourt to a trailing Sharp, dumps it in the paint. Nice pass to Brooks. Goes up and scores over top of Ware. Garrison Brooks with 6 early points to lead the Tar Heels scoring, and Carolina's cut that 11-point lead down to 7 at 19-12. Askew fumbles his dribble on the drive, able to get it over to Ware, now to Boston. Boston drives left of the lane, shot blocked by Garrison Brooks. Here comes Carolina as Playtech comes out of the scrum with it. He'll stop right sideline to a trailing Brooks, straight up over to Caleb Love, left wing, dumps it right back down to Brooks. Brooks back to the basket, double team comes, out to Walton, pump fake for 3. Now he'll take it and make it. Walton with Carolina's first triple, and Kentucky may have taken a timeout. The ball got free. I think actually just the ball kicked away after Walton's 3, and since the official stopped the action to get the ball and the clock was under 12 minutes, we'll go ahead and take the full break. Carolina, once down 11, has cut it down to 4, a 7-0 spurt for the Heels. Eric Montross back in our Chapel Hill studios. We'll talk to Eric, get his thoughts on the first 8+ minutes here in Cleveland when we return. Kentucky 19, Carolina 15 from Learfield, IMG College.
Hi, Tar Heel fans. It's Jones Angel for UPS. Your customers want more from your business. You have to make more happen, whether they're in Chapel Hill or on the other side of the world. Globally or locally, UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want. More made easy. UPS, official logistics company of Carolina Athletics.
Owning an LS tractor is about a lot of things. For me, it's about lift capacity.
It's about the hydraulics.
Owning an LS, it's about how well it's made.
Steel, baby. More features.
Standard features.
It's about the land.
Making it better.
Having something to pass down.
It's about owning the best.
Find your local LS dealer at lstractorusa.com and see what it's about for you.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds.
For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
15 for the Tar Heels, 19 for Kentucky, and that 15 is the result of a 7-0 run for the Heels. They were down 11 points just a moment ago, but in the last 63 seconds, Carolina on a 7-0 spurt to get back within 4. 11:43 to go in the first half. I'm Jones Angel. I'm here in Cleveland with Adam Lucas helping us out with stat work, and Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. Dave Nathan and Eric Montross are back in our Chapel Hill studios, and Eric, 8 minutes and 17 seconds gone by. What's caught your fancy here between Carolina and Kentucky?
Well, I think when you look at it, it's no surprise Carolina's offense is running through the low post players. 10 of the 15 points North Carolina has been by Sharp, by Brooks, and by Baycott. You know, Kentucky obviously made some points in transition, Mintz with the three-pointers. But now they've started to miss a little bit. Carolina turning on, getting on the glass, starting their transition, and trying to start their offense before Kentucky can get a foothold on D.
Some new players in, Eric, for Kentucky. Jacob Toppin, that is Obi Toppin's younger brother, a transfer from Rhode Island in for the first time. Heels have Walker Kessler in for the first time. 5 on the floor for Carolina. Love, Playtech, Walton. Also Kessler and Sharp. Kentucky with it on the perimeter. Driving in Clark. His runner is no good. The dunk follow won't go either for Kentucky. It was either Toppin or Ware. They both were there. One of them tried a one-handed putback dunk and too strong off the back iron, and it ended up going over the backboard. I believe it was Ware who had the attempt. So Carolina with the basketball. Playtech tried to hit a cutting Kessler and turned it over. And so Kentucky with the basketball going the other way. Clark has it in the left corner. Drives Playtech and then has to circle around because of the good D by the Tar Heel senior and send it back out. Askew in the middle of the court, checked by Walton. He'll penetrate, pitch to Clark. Open look at 3 is off the mark. Nothing but Carolina blue there for the board. It belongs to Day'Ron Sharp. He'll hand off to Love. Love pushing the tempo, pitches it right corner to Playtech. Back to Love. Down low it goes Kessler. Oh gosh, he spun right by his defender for the bucket. Kessler went right around a Wildcat for an easy deuce. 19-17. Heels on a 9-0 run. Clark doubled up, is able to get it out of his hands to Ware. In the left corner to Mintz, and he stepped out of bounds. And then Mintz and Caleb Love have some words for one another. Mintz has been chatty on the court thus far, and in fact, he is barking at the official Eric Curry right now as Carolina gets set to inbound. 10:25 to go first half, 19-17. There was a sub. Let's see. Carolina's got the same 5 on the floor. Here comes Sarr. He is entering for Toppin. Also Boston back in for Kentucky. Carolina with the same 5 of Love, Playtech, Walton, Kessler, and Sharp. 19-17 Kentucky, but the Heels on a 9-0 run. Love to try and tie it. Boy, jumper was on line, but too strong from the right wing along 2. And Kentucky with the defensive board. So it remains 19-17. Boston on the perimeter for the Cats. He'll pull up from the free throw line well short. Walton didn't box him out, and Boston goes to the rim and draws a foul on Kessler. As that'll be the first foul on the Tar Heel freshman. That's one of those where you shoot it and you have a good feel if it's off the mark, and Boston just slipped right around Walton. And knowing that one was short, got it back and then drew the foul. So he's going to go to the free throw line. First free throws of the day for Kentucky, and he is a very good free throw shooter, but, well, he missed. He had been 11 of 13 on the year, but the first one was short, then the right side of the rim and out. So each team's taken one free throw, which it has missed. It remains 19-17 Kentucky. 10:02 to go. Second free throw is good by Boston. He has 5 now as Askew will enter and Clark will exit. And looks like Kentucky wants to go with some full court pressure now as they're going to pick up the Tar Heels on the inbound. Sharp gets it into Kessler, trying to get it to Love. Roy Williams screams, "Go get it," and his point guard does so.
Crosses the timeline with 23 on the shot clock. Heels down 3 with the basketball. Playtech outside the arc on the right sideline. Crosses the court with a pass to Love. Looking for Kessler down low. Can't find him, so he goes top of the key to Sharp. He's going to try a 3 from straight away. No good. That is, not surprisingly, the first 3 that Sharp has tried all season. Mintz for Kentucky. Drives to the free throw line. Good D by Playtech. He has to kick it out to Askew. Jump stop in the paint. No good, but another foul called. And that one's going to be on Caleb Love, his first. Team foul number 6 now on Carolina, and more free throws now for the Cats. Askew will have 2 shots, where he is 7 of 8 on the season. Baycott and Brooks scheduled to come back in for Carolina. 20-17 Kentucky. 9:27 to go in the first half. First free throw is up and good by Askew. So after the Tar Heels went on that 9-0 run, Kentucky's hit its last 2 free throws to quell that momentum a bit. Kessler and Sharp out for Carolina as Brooks and Baycott did check in. Walton was in the lane early, and it's a lane violation, so Kentucky's going to get another free throw as Askew missed it strong. But Walton stepped into the paint too soon. Leaky Black coming off the bench for Carolina. Well, Roy Williams catches and stops him, so he's going to say something to him before he checks in. As the second free throw also no good. Playtech with the rebound. Ahead to Love. He's going to go coast to coast and finish through contact. And he has something to say for the Kentucky bench. 21-19 as Carolina down 2, and it's going to be an offensive foul on Olivier Sarr as he dropped a shoulder right into Caleb Love, trying to set a screen up high, and Love is shaken up and still down. That's the second foul on Sarr. They've changed one of the fouls earlier. They had originally called it on Boston, but they've moved it to Sarr. So that's second on Sarr. Boston has just one. I'm sure you can hear John Calipari screaming in the background. He was furious with his team, I believe, for Sarr for moving on the screen. I mean, he screamed as clear as day, "Why would you move?" And he is still barking at the Wake Forest freshman as he goes to take a seat. Love is up and okay. Doug Halverson is talking to him on the end of the bench. R.J. Davis, who does have 2 fouls, has come in to play point with Love getting talked to. So it's 21-19. Kentucky still on top after all of that. Playtech deep outside left wing, hands off left sideline to Davis. He'll wrap around it to the top right, pick up his dribble, over to Black. Shot clock's under 10, and Carolina hadn't really gotten moving. It's down to 5. Brooks. Garrison will take an open 3. Back iron, no. Rebound, Kentucky. So we've seen Sharp and Brooks take 3-pointers here in recent possessions for Carolina. Boston drives to the free throw line, leaves it for Clark. His runner no good, but the putback dunk slammed through by Lance Ware to make it 23-19. Heels the other way quickly. Baycott at the free throw line. Jump stop and can't finish through hard contact. Baycott gets his own rebound, and he's fouled. Boy, hard work down low by Armando Baycott, earning a foul and some free throws. That one's on Ware, and that's his second. And now all of a sudden, while Kentucky hasn't been called for a ton of fouls in total, 7, they do have 3 of their main big guys, Jackson, Sarr, and Ware, now all with 2 fouls. 2 free throws on the way for Baycott, his first attempts today. First one's up and no good. It remains 23-19 Kentucky, 8:16 to go. Free throw by Baycott a little short. Heels are 0 of 2 at the free throw line thus far. Kentucky 2 of 4 as a team. Baycott came in 71.5%. Second one is right through there. 23-20 with 8:16 to go. Walking at front court, Mintz. Flips it over the timeline with a pass to Clark, middle of the court, not a Boston. Right back to Mintz, guarded by the shorter R.J. Davis. Sends it over to Clark, deep on the left sideline. Shot clock down to 12 for Kentucky as Clark dribbling in the center jump circle. Tries to use a screen, does so to get to the left. Pitches it back out to Mintz. Shot clock in low. Mintz, off-balance jumper is no good. Tip in, though, by Ware is. So Ware with a couple of offensive rebound putbacks here recently for Kentucky for his first 2 baskets of the day. And it's 25-20. Platek, the alley-oop to Garrison Brooks, who flushes it home from the left side. That happened the blink of an eye. Platek lobbed the pass from the right wing, and Garrison knew what to do with that bad boy. Kentucky 7 second chance points on 6 offensive rebounds thus far. 25-22 Wildcats, and they have the ball. Clark to Jackson. He'll dribble to the left elbow, pull up no good. 2 teams crash the glass, and it's going to belong to Carolina as Ware, Black, and Brooks were all going for it. Tipped out of bounds by the Kentucky rookie Lance Ware. We'll take a timeout. Tar Heels have the basketball. They are down 3, 25-22 here in Cleveland against Kentucky. It's the CBS Sports Classic. Kentucky up 3 with 7:08 to go in the first half. From Learfield,
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Carolina basketball continues after this.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angell, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591. Located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
WCAB. 7:08 to go. Carolina in the first half. Carolina down by 3. 25-22 to Kentucky in Cleveland today, part of the CBS Sports Classic. Carolina basketball brought to you in part by Ford, built for victory, built for the Carolinas. Contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Ford, built for victory. Proud sponsor of Carolina Athletics. And by Geico. Geico's offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies on top of what it could already save you. What are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. Tar Heels 4-2 all-time in the CBS Sports Classic. That's actually the best record of any of the 4 teams in this event. The issue, at least as far as this game is concerned, is Carolina's never beaten Kentucky in this event. Heels are 2-0 against Ohio State, 2-0 against UCLA, but 0-2 against Kentucky. Wildcats, meanwhile, 3-3 in this event. 2 wins against the Heels, 1-1 against UCLA, 0-2 against Ohio State. 25-22, Kentucky with the lead, Carolina with the basketball. We have gotten word that Caleb Love is okay and expected to return for Carolina, though he is not on the court right now. He was shaken up on a hard screen a moment ago. Black in the front court for Carolina, pulls up mid-range, and it's good from right of the lane. Leaky Black with his first bucket, about 14 feet, and the Heels within 1 at 25-24. Kentucky tries to go backdoor. Clark has the ball stripped away. It will be out of bounds off Carolina. Andrew Platek slid in to try and take a charge. There was no whistle, and then after the contact, Black dug in and took the ball away from Clark. Garrison Brooks went to go try and help Platek off the deck. He wiped out, so 2 teams are going to wait for a second as a lot of moisture being mopped up from right underneath the basket that Kentucky is working on. 25-24 Wildcats, 6:37 to go in the first half. Clark lobs it over the challenge of Baycott on the inbounds to Ware. To Mintz, back to Clark. Has Baycott guarding him on a switch on the inbounds, and he travels. He was trying to pass it back over to Mintz and just shuffled his feet in doing so. So that is the 5th turnover by Kentucky. Carolina's committed 3. Playtech going to get a breather, and Love is back in. So the Heels have Davis, Love, Black, Brooks, and Baycott. Always funny when you say Davis and Love are in there together. Not the former Tar Heel golfer, Davis Love. Although we'd love to see him at any game. As an offensive foul called on Garrison Brooks for a moving screen as he tried to help get Davis free, and that's 2 on Brooks. So we'll see if Carolina subs out their senior big man, and right on cue, here comes Dayron Sharp. So the foul situation, Davis with 2 and Brooks with 2 for Carolina. Isaiah Jackson, Olivier Sarr, Lance Ware all have 2 for the Wildcats. 25-24. Carolina squanders the chance to get the lead there with the basketball. Kentucky will have it back in the 1-point advantage. Love almost took away a handoff pass up high, but Kentucky able to save it out to Boston. Misses the 3. Baycott tips the rebound to himself. Here come the Heels. Love streaking front side on the left. He'll stop, pop the 3, no good. Rebound battled for Ware out of there with Kentucky. Carolina had 4 offensive rebounds in the first 6+ minutes, but they haven't had one since, as Kentucky doing a good job keeping Carolina off that offensive glass. In fact, Wildcats out-rebounding the Heels 14-11. 25-24 Kentucky, 5:35 to go first half. Cats have the basketball. Boston, right of the lane. His runner is too strong. Good box out by Sharp to keep Ware away from the rebound. Here come the Heels the other way. Carolina getting some defensive stops. Now can they get the points to get the lead? They're down 1. Davis on the right wing, guarded by the much taller Askew. Dribbles left-handed to the top, now pitches back to the sideline in Black, up high to Love. Right back to Leakey on the right side. Looking for Baycott down low, gets it to him, double team comes, passes to Black, crosses the court to Love. Pump fake on the 3, tries to drive, nothing there. Love to Davis, a 3 at the horn is good. R.J. Davis buries the long bucket. Boy, that felt like a big shot. Kentucky had played well defensively, but Davis got a good look late in the clock and knocks it in. 27-25. Carolina on top, Kentucky with the ball. Boston on the left wing. Davis denies a pass to Askew up high. Boston's going to drive left of the lane, sends it out to Toppin, who's back in. His floater well too strong from the left. Kentucky with the rebound, though. Shot clock did not reset. Forcing it up and scoring is Askew right before the shot clock horn goes off. A 2-pointer ties it back up. So both teams hitting jumpers late in the shot clock on these last couple of possessions. 4:10 to go first half. Game tied at 27. Love is going to drive hard on the right. Flip it up and in over the challenge of Toppin. Caleb Love with the aggressive take and make. 29-27. Walton and Puff Johnson at the scores table for Carolina, and it's an offensive foul as Askew going to be called for using his forearm against R.J. Davis. And then he and the Tar Heels have some work. This has been a chatty game so far between these two teams. That foul on Askew, his first. It will turn it over to Carolina. And the Heels will have the lead in the ball when we return. 3:54 to go first half. Carolina 29, Kentucky 27. We'll get Eric's thoughts on things when we return from Learfield, IMG College.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
The 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
McCurry Deck Motors has been providing an impressive selection of automobiles for over 50 years. At McCurry Deck, you can browse the great selection of GMC automobiles and drive away in one knowing you have gotten the best deal possible. The team at McCurry Deck Motors counts it a privilege to make you a happy and satisfied customer. Why not test drive one of the comfortable and stylish GMCs today? At GMC, we are professional grade. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of GMC, Chevy, and Buick. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Do you need some extra money in your pocket? Try Insurance Service Associates, your local independent agent. We can shop your auto and home insurance with several companies to get you better coverage and the best rate. Insurance Service Associates at 127 East Trade Street in Forest City for auto, home, or commercial insurance. More choices, better coverage, best rate. That's Insurance Service Associates, 245-5301.
29-27 Tar Heels, 3:54 to go before halftime. Jones Angel here with you in Cleveland. Eric Montross back in our Tar Heels Sports Network studios. And Eric, Tar Heels were down 11 early, but now have a 2-point lead and will have the basketball. What is piquing your fancy here when you are watching the Cats and the Heels?
Well, the 9-0 run coming out of the 12-minute timeout, that was what the Heels had up. It's obviously changed since that time, but the pace has really increased despite the relatively low score of this game. And kind of how that translates is you see how physical it is inside. Now Kentucky really fighting, you've talked about it, but fighting the foul situation with all of their interior players holding 2 fouls. Garrison Brooks, of course, out with 2 fouls. And you just watch how physical this team is. You know, Ware for Kentucky has been really good at getting to the offensive glass. They lead on the offensive glass with points off of offensive rebounds, 9-7 in Kentucky's favor. And I think right now that's the challenge for Carolina. Continue to play very physically inside and around the basket, but be efficient. And then just avoid picking up those quick and cheap fouls that we've seen up at the top of the key. That's, of course, how Garrison Brooks left the game with his number 2.
Full court pressure, Eric, from Kentucky. Davis able to break it with a pass ahead to Day'Ron Sharp. He hands off to Puff Johnson, who's caught in a double team. He has to take a timeout in the right corner. Now, not the worst thing in the world, because you do have that lose it or use it timeout, where you can't take that one with you into the second half. But you know Roy Williams doesn't like anybody but himself taking that time. But it was going to be a turnover if Puff didn't take it. So with 19 on the shot clock, 3:42 on the first half game clock, Heels take that timeout. It wasn't unusual 5 on the floor. It was Davis, Walton, Johnson, Baycott, and Sharp. So Davis playing with 2 fouls. Love he's wearing long white leggings underneath his Carolina blue uniform, and there's a huge scarlet blood showing on his right knee. So he must have cut it diving to the deck at some point, because he is on the bench. Doesn't seem to be favoring it in any way, but he's got a lot of blood on those leggings on the right knee. Johnson has trouble getting it in, finally does to Day'Ron Sharp. He'll hand off to Davis, drives in on the right, drew a lot of contact but could not finish. Mintz ends up with the rebound. He'll get it ahead to Clark, tries to drive left of the lane. Good job by Walton recovering. Walton defends the jumper too, so Clark has to dump it off while in midair to Boston and then get it back to reset. 3:20 to go. First half as the Heels are up 2, and Boston changes that as he was driven or guarded by Baycott and drove Armando to the free throw line and pulled up for the mid-range jumper to knot it up. Now Love coming to the scorer's table for Carolina. Game tied at 29. Heels with the basketball. Walton, boy, impossible pass. Tried to pass it between 3 Kentucky defenders and turned it over. Tried to get it down low to Baycott. It's now Clark on the drive, and his shot blocked by Baycott. Here comes Carolina the other way. Game tied at 29. Davis stops at the top of the key, and nice pass, but he was fouled. Tripped to the ground before he could whip the pass from the right of the lane to the left to Baycott. And foul's going to be called on Ware. That's his 3rd. It's also 9 fouls now on Kentucky, so it's a 1-and-1 for Davis. Carolina's just 1 of 3 as a team at the free throw stripe. Kentucky's only 2 of 4. Game tied at 29, 2:45 to go first half. Ware with the 3 fouls, will exit. Isaiah Jackson, who has 2, will come back in. Caleb Love waiting at the scorer's table, but Davis is going to have to make both these free throws for the Heels to be able to sub. Game tied at 29 as the first free throw from Davis is off the back iron, too strong. Carolina now 1 of 4 at the stripe. Heels came in shooting just 67.5%, but they were good last game, 25 of 31 against Central. 2:33 to go first half. Game tied at 29. Askew almost has it taken away up high by Sharp, able to recover, gets it in the right corner. Toppin's jumper no good. Mintz with the offensive rebound and put back. He will have a chance for 3 as Walton fouled him. And Kentucky still only once has it scored on the first shot of a possession in the last 15 minutes of game action. Every other field goal for Kentucky in that time has been a second chance opportunity, including this one from Mintz, who has 11 now in the first half. That is just one off his season high. And he'll try to give Kentucky the 3-point lead. He doesn't, though. It's short on the free throw. Dayron Sharp with the board. He'll kick it to Love, who's back in. So Love, Playtech, Johnson, Baycott, and Sharp, the 5 on the floor for the Heels. 20 on the shot clock with Carolina down 2. Double team comes against Sharp. He kicks it out to Love. Pump fake for 3. Tries to get it down low to Sharp, who slips and falls, is able to catch it. Back out to Love for 3 off the back iron. And a rebound to Kentucky. That would have been an amazing play had Carolina made a basket, as Sharp able to keep his wits about him on the floor and save the possession, but Love couldn't knock in the jumper. Kentucky with it on the other side, and a 2-point lead. Toppin drives by Sharp, tried to dunk it and missed it, but Kentucky gets the loose ball. Back to Toppin, shot blocked by Baycott. Kicks out to the timeline, but Kentucky gets it back. Shot clock down to 11. Boston trying to drive on Playtech. Tough, guarded, step-back jumper is good, and a foul. Well, that was just a tough shot by Boston. And he's going to get a chance for 3 as Playtech picks up his first. And Kentucky now up by 4 with 1:29 to go. 6-0 Kentucky run. That's the 9th foul on Carolina. Boston will have 1 free throw. Heels have not scored in more than 2.5 minutes. Free throw by Boston is good, so Kentucky now up 5. And with just 1:29 to go in the first half, Heels in danger of going into the halftime locker room with a deficit for what would be the 4th time this year. Heels break the pressure. Baycott gets it up to Playtech, who pump fakes to get Boston way up in the air and then has the uncontested layup. Good job by Playtech leaking back as everybody else was trying to break that Kentucky pressure, and Baycott threw a long pass to him for the bucket. New player in the game for Kentucky is Cameron Fletcher. He has it right of the lane, now out to Askew, and Askew is fouled on his drive by Playtech. So 2 fouls on Playtech, and that's 10 on Carolina, so free throws on the way now for the Wildcats. 34-31 Kentucky with 1:03 to go in the first half. Askew, who has 5 points this half, including 1 of 2 at the free throw line, will have 2 shots. Freshman from Sacramento fires up the free throw. That is good. He reclassified one of a couple players. Terrence Clark did too. Reclassifying from what would normally be this upcoming recruiting class into the one from this past season. As free throw rattles around but goes in by Askew. And so Kentucky matches that 5-point lead as Leaky Black brings it against the pressure front side. Over to Playtech deep on the right sideline. Back to Black. Quickly left wing with the pass to Love. Down low to Baycott. Hard move to the paint. Tried to go up and under but couldn't get it. And there's going to be a jump ball between Toppin and Sharp on the rebound attempt. Possession arrow belongs to Carolina. 50.2 seconds to go in the first half. Heels down 5. Rebounds, Kentucky 21, Carolina 14, including 9 offensive rebounds for Kentucky, just 4 for Carolina. So you know that will be a point of discussion in the locker room as Sharp spins by his defender and then is stripped going up. Boy, it looked like he was going to have an easy bucket. Instead, Kentucky out of there with it. Carolina continues to struggle here late in the half. Wildcats up 5 with the basketball. Leaky Black called for a reach-in foul trying to disrupt a handoff pass. And that's going to result in free throws for the Cats, and that's been an issue here late in the half, is that these fouls are sending Kentucky to the line where they're knocking them in because the players being fouled, Askew and Boston, are their best free throwers, and that includes Boston, who's there now for 2 more. Boston came in at 85%. Askew was 7 of 8 on the season, and so far Boston 2 of 3, Askew 3 of 4, and now Boston 3 of 4 because he makes that one. It's 37-31. Kentucky closing the half strong to a 6-point advantage with just 33 seconds left. Almost dead silent here in Cleveland for Boston's second free throw, which is good. And Kentucky takes a timeout as they now have a 7-point advantage, 38-31. As they're on a 9-2 run here against Carolina. Some of those UPS stats brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things just like the Heels. That's problem solving. Visit UPS.com to learn more. UPS, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. And again, the rebounds are a big one. 21-15 Kentucky, including 9 offensive rebounds to 5 for Carolina. The Tar Heels have just 1 offensive rebound in the last nearly 14 minutes of game action. Of course, they've made more shots. They started 3 of 10. They're 11 of 19 since, but just 1 offensive board in the last almost 14 minutes. Brooks still on the bench with 2 fouls, so the Heels are going to have Love, Playtech, Black, Baycott, and Sharp. They can hold almost for the final shot. About a 2-second difference, shot clock and game clock. Kentucky comes out in a zone now. Looks like almost a 1-2-2 look. Some zone pressure as they're creeping out towards Love, who's in the center jump circle. Over to Playtech on the right wing. Back to the middle to Black. Shot clock down to 6 as Love has it now. He's going to have to go. He just drives right by Boston, scoops it in, and he's going to have a chance for 3. Love with the impressive individual move at the end of the clock. Second foul on Boston, and Love will have a chance for the 3-point play. Playtech coming out, Walton coming in for the final 4.4. 38-33 on Love's basket. Sarr will check in for Kentucky. And Fletcher, the rookie from St. Louis, who was in for just a moment, is going back out. See if Love can convert this 3-point play. He does. Just the second made free throw this half for Carolina. 38-34. Kentucky's lead is 4 here late in the half. Inbounds in the backcourt to Sarr. Ahead to Askew. Off balance 3 is off the back iron. But Roy Williams furious with Kerwin Walton for even allowing a decent look at the shot from Askew late in the half. So Kentucky with a push late gets its lead out to 7. 3-point play by Love in the final seconds has Carolina's deficit at 4 going to halftime. 38-34 the halftime score. Before we go to the Wells Fargo halftime show, let's break 10 seconds for station ID down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
And you're listening to the Tar Heels on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherfordton. 47 degrees right now, 4 minutes past 3 o'clock.
Carolina down 4. Kentucky has 14 second chance points at halftime. Certainly a number Roy Williams will be interested in discussing with his team at the break. 38-34 Kentucky through one half in Cleveland. From Learfield, IMG College.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
Why go out of your way for help when help is just around the corner? At North Carolina Farm Bureau, it's that simple. That's because we have local agents in every county across the state. offering competitive rates and fast, friendly service. It's more than insurance. It's local service you can trust. See for yourself. Pick up the phone, visit us online, or better yet, stop by your local office today. Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Dreams are what the holidays are all about. And nothing says dreams like holiday scratch-offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. It's a gift that could be so many things. Holiday scratch-offs with over $45 million in total prizes. There's a lot of dreams to give this holiday season. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 2.98 to 4.77. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
It's the Wells Fargo halftime show, and Kentucky out of the blocks quickly, leading Carolina 38-34. We'll run through your BMW Ultimate halftime highlights and first half stats after a complete look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Other ACC basketball action on this Saturday sees Wisconsin beat Louisville handily 85-48. And with just under 5 minutes to play in the first half, Notre Dame leading Purdue 36-27. College football, little ball game you might have heard about coming up tonight in Charlotte. It's Clemson and Notre Dame. Winner into the college football playoff. The loser, well, depending on how the rest of today's events unfold, not totally out of the picture yet, but that game set to commence here later today at 4 o'clock. Other top 25 basketball action, #1 Gonzaga beats #3 Iowa 99-88. And a look at other college football games in progress right now. 10:47 left to play in the fourth quarter from the Big Ten Championship. #4 Ohio State clinging to a 16-10 lead on Northwestern. The Wildcats have the ball right now right around midfield, so this one likely coming down to the wire with the Buckeyes up by 6. #5 Texas A&M. Seconds away from closing out Tennessee and Knoxville. 34-13 Aggies. A&M ranked #5 in this week's CFP rankings. The #6 team in the country, Iowa State, down by 10 to Oklahoma. It's 24-14 Sooners midway through the fourth quarter. The other major college football game tonight that will have a say in what the college football playoff looks like, the SEC title game. #1 Alabama and #7 Florida. The Gators have already been beaten twice this year, including a loss to unranked LSU last weekend. Bama comes in unbeaten at 10-0. That'll do it for your full and complete look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Kentucky with a first half advantage on Carolina, 38-34. Your BMW Ultimate halftime highlights on the way after this from Learfield IMG College.
Catches it, the spin move, drop step to the baseline. Two-handed jam. Steps back for three. Nailed it from way downtown. Drives the lane. Kaboom! Count it. And gets the foul. Are you kidding me?
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech that makes every drive as exciting as a game-winning buzzer beater. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Tired of cooking at home? Change it up without getting up. Just order Jersey Mike's through our app for no-contact delivery or no-contact at-the-door pickup. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
BP or Amoco location. The more fuel points you earn, the more you can save. Up to $1 per gallon. Terms and conditions apply. Visit HarrisTeeter.com to learn more.
Live coverage of Carolina basketball continues after this.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Dreams are what the holidays are all about. And nothing says dreams like holiday scratch-offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. It's a gift that could be so many things. Holiday scratch-offs with over $45 million in total prizes. There's a lot of dreams to give this holiday season. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 2.98 to 4.77. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
Ultimate First Half highlights are brought to you by your local Carolina BMW dealers, providing legendary performance, exceptional offers, and a premium ownership experience. At BMW, we only make one thing, the ultimate driving machine.
Carolina down 4 at the break, 38-34. It's the Wells Fargo halftime show as Kentucky up by a couple of buckets, but the Tar Heels certainly found the bottom of the net plenty in the game's first 20 minutes, starting early with Garrison Brooks connecting and getting fouled.
Brooks able to muscle it up and over a double team from left of the lane, gets the bucket and the foul, and he'll have a chance for 3.
The Tar Heels down 5 at that point, 11-6. A little later on, the deficit would shrink to 4 thanks to Kerwin Walton's outside prowess.
Boston drives left of the lane, shot blocked by Garrison Brooks. Here comes Carolina as Playtech comes out of the scrum with it. He'll stop right sideline to a trailing Brooks, straight up over to Caleb Love, left wing, dumps it right back down to Brooks. Brooks back to the basket, double team comes, out to Walton, pump fake for 3. Now he'll take it and make it.
Kerwin Walton's lone field goal of the first half, and he's one of 9 Tar Heels to have played and scored. Everybody's gotten into the scoring column for Carolina as the Tar Heels trail Kentucky by 4 at the break, 38-34. That Kentucky deficit would continue to shrink later on in the first half. The Tar Heels' leading scorer, Caleb Love, with a nifty lay-in.
Ahead to Love. He's going to go coast to coast and finish through contact, and he has something to say for the Kentucky bench.
Later, the Tar Heels would take an advantage 27-25 on another long bomb.
Passes to Black, crosses the court to Love. Pump fake on the 3, tries to drive, nothing there. Love to Davis. A 3 at the horn is good. R.J. Davis buries the long bucket.
At that point, Carolina led 27-25. The lead, though, would be short-lived as Kentucky would take control in the game's, the first half's closing moments, but not to be outdone. Caleb Love again found a basket and some harm.
Shot clock down to 6 as Love has it now. He's going to have to go. He just drives right by Boston, scoops it in, and he's going to have a chance for 3.
And that was the half's final basket as Kentucky leads Carolina 38-34 at the break. We'll come back with a look at the UPS stats. The Heels down 4 to the Wildcats, 38-34 from Learfield, IMG.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Megan Pennington of Pasquotank County High School in Elizabeth City. Her project, A Brighter Future, is sponsored by Albemarle EMC based in Hertford.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I want a race that's great. Who is this at 3 a.m. tonight? Hey, it's Jake. I want a way to save. Got the coverage on my brand new ride. State Farm race. Yeah, they're great. State Farm, State Farm, State Farm race.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is your home of the 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been standing up for clients and communities throughout North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, and beyond. This year, more than ever, Crumley Roberts is proud to support UNC athletics, student athletes, and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether learning or teaching on campus or from home, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Please visit CrumleyRoberts.com for more information about how our Crumley Roberts Tar Heels are standing up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels!
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Doritos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Doritos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Whether you're at the Smith Center or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Doritos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels!
First half stats are brought to you by UPS as Carolina trails Kentucky 38-34. The Heels connect on 50% from the floor. The Wildcats shade under 44%. Boston and Minch, your two players in double figures, they've combined for 23. Carolina's top scorer is Caleb Love with 9. Those are your first half stats brought to you by UPS. And that's it for the Wells Fargo Halftime Show, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. We'll send things back up to Cleveland. Jones will take you through the second half after this with the Heels down 4 to Kentucky from Learfield IMG.
Hi, Tar Heel fans. It's Jones Angel for UPS. Your customers want more from your business. You have to make more happen, whether they're in Chapel Hill or on the other side of the world. Globally or locally, UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want. More. Made easy. UPS, official logistics company of Carolina Athletics.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pros. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car and home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. You can just call now. There's a little bit of great race with a little bit of Jake. Look at my quote now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Think about the last time you moved. Remember how you said you'd never do it alone again? We know moving is tough, but at 2 Men and a Truck, we make it easy. We're the movers who care, and we'll prove it with our 96% referral rate and courteous background-checked movers. We are local and affordable. When you're ready, give us a call or find us online for a free estimate at 2menandatruck.com. For home and business moving, call the movers who care. 2 Men and a Truck. Tar Heel supporters serving the Triangle for 15 years.
The expert dental care from UNC you trust to keep you healthy has a new name, Carolina Dentistry. As the first dental school in North Carolina, the UNC Adams School of Dentistry has been putting patients first since 1952. That's why we're first in care, for the people, and that's something to smile about. Visit carolinadentistry.org to learn more and become a patient today.
Heading to the second half here in Cleveland. Couple notes to give you. One, they have changed a foul. That foul, I believe, on the last play of the half when Caleb Love got the three-point play. They originally had that on Brandon Boston. They have changed that to Cameron Fletcher for Kentucky. So Fletcher has 1. Boston has 1. They gave Boston 2 fouls twice in that half and took away the second foul each time. Also, R.J. Davis is not going to start the second half. Andrew Platek will for Carolina, and Doug Halverson is taking a look at Davis. It looks like his right leg on the Tar Heel bench. He had Davis going through some sprints on the baseline when Carolina came out of the locker room, and the Heels elect to go with Platek instead of Davis as he gets a look at that leg. So we'll let you know what's going on there as Carolina doubles up Clark to start the half. Kentucky with the basketball. Clark pitches it back out to Boston, and the Cats keep possession, and a foul. As on the left baseline, Armando Baycott picks up the foul. Isaiah Jackson darn near made a teardrop on that baseline from behind the backboard. And that's going to cause Baycott to pick up his first, and Jackson to go to the line for 2. While that happens, let's give you the trusted choice of the game. Brought to you by the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina, who want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Put down your phone while driving, and let's have a hands-free NC as the first free throw's no good. Go to trustedchoice.com/goheels. Find an independent insurance agent near you to learn more. Carolina's got to keep Kentucky off the offensive glass. 9 offensive rebounds, 14 second chance points for the Cats in the first half. 38-34 Kentucky, 19:45 to go. Second free throw deadens right on the back of the rim and backboard and then trickles in. So Kentucky up 5, 39-34. First possession of the second half for Carolina. Love is tripped from behind, and there's going to be a foul on Kentucky's Mintz. His first. Love wrapped around a screen up high and was kind of medium pace driving the left side of the lane. And Mintz ran up his back as a quick inbounds to Playtech, and he's fouled going up for the layup. That's a couple times that Carolina's been able to find someone wide open on an inbound underneath the basket. Brooks was able to get a dunk in the first half, and now Boston, for the third time today, called for his second foul. And that's going to put Playtech at the line. And Andrew makes the first. First free throws tonight for Playtech. That foul on Kentucky, by the way, second of the first half, as Playtech goes 1 for 2. And so each team has gone to the line on its opening possession, and each team has gone 1 for 2. Carolina is just 3 of 7 at the free throw line as Boston misses a jump shot from the elbow. Baycott with the rebound. Heels going right to left here in the second half in their Carolina Blue Road uniforms. Down 4, 39-35 with the basketball. And R.J. Davis now off the Tar Heel bench in the locker room. So it doesn't look like, at least for now, he'll be available. Leaky Black on the left sideline, gets it to the free throw line to Baycott, and he's tripped as he tried to spin around Isaiah Jackson, and that's the third foul on Jackson. So now all of a sudden Kentucky has committed 3 fouls in the first 57 seconds. And Jackson becomes the second big man for the Cats with 3 fouls. Lance Ware also has 3, and Ware, who had 4 offensive rebounds in the first half, is checking in for Jackson. Love inbounds to Black. Up the sideline to Playtech, right back in the left corner to Love. Takes a step in for the long two-pointer and came up way short. Rebound to Kentucky. It remains 39-35. Kentucky with the lead and the basketball here in Cleveland. Ware hands off to Mintz on the right sideline. Black got a hand on the short pass but couldn't take it away. 14 on the shot clock as Ware has it. His pass tipped by Brooks into Baycott's hands. Carolina 3-on-1. Playtech is blocked, but Baycott gets it back, scores, and draws the foul. What a strong play by Baycott as he took a huge shot by Olivier Sarr on the putback. And that's going to be 3 now on Sarr. So all 3 of the Kentucky big guys have 3 fouls. Jackson, Sarr, and Ware. And Baycott with a chance for 3. As the horn blows late because Jackson is going to check in for Sarr. 39-37 as the Wake Forest transfer heads to the bench for Kentucky. Day'Ron Sharp is hustling to the scorers table for Carolina, and he will get a chance to check in as Baycott completes the 3-point play, and Sharp is going to get Baycott. Baycott now with 6. As the score down to 39-38. Doug Halverson coming out of the Tar Heel locker room. He's going to look at Baycott, who took that hard shot on the putback. And Halverson looking at him. R.J. Davis already in the locker room as Carolina applying some defensive pressure up high. Kentucky able to keep possession. Boston almost has it poked away as Day'Ron Sharp showed on a screen. Boston's going to drive left of the lane. Missed the jumper. Brooks with the rebound. Garrison didn't play a ton after 2 fouls midway first half. He gets the ball trailing the play as Carolina down 1 with it. Day'Ron Sharp, strong move, is blocked in the post, and then he commits a foul trying to get the loose ball. That was Isaiah Jackson, a terrific shot blocker who blocked Sharp's shot. You're not going to see Day'Ron Sharp get that turnaround blocked very often, but Jackson Told you, top 20 in the nation as far as shot blocking. He has terrific knack for that aspect of the game. Second foul on Sharp, second on Carolina this half. So it remains 39-38 Kentucky. And Tar Heels playing on the defensive side here. Mintz out in the center jump circle. Picks up his dribble. Love closes in on him. Tries to bounce it to Ware. Almost taken away by Brooks. Kentucky able to keep possession. Shot clock is under 10. Mintz on the drive. Pitches in the corner to Boston. And with Love flying at him to challenge the shot, Boston just kind of dropped the ball instead of shooting and travels. That'll turn it back over to Carolina. And Askew going to enter for the Cats. Terrence Clark will exit. Keeping an eye on that Tar Heel bench area. Don't see, well, Baycott is back. Davis is not. Right corner, Caleb Love. Flips it down low to Sharp. Multiple Cats around him. Pivoting. Oh, he worked around his defender. Couldn't finish, though, as Ware able to bother it just enough. Kentucky the other way. Boston with the bucket. And the foul on Caleb Love. Boy, Sharp did everything but finish. Foul on Love is his second, third on Carolina. It gives Kentucky a 3-point lead with Boston trying to make it 4. Baycott is back. Brooks is out. Official word on R.J. Davis is bruised right knee. Occurred when he got fouled in the first half. Carolina trying to give him some treatment to make him available here in the second half as Boston completes the 3-point play. And the Cats up 4, 42-38 with 17 minutes to go. That's the same lead it was at halftime for Kentucky. Leaky Black on the left side, dribbles into the corner, now attacks baseline, spins, hands off to Baycott, face-up jumper, no good. Rebound to Askew for Kentucky. Roy Williams didn't like that offensive possession for the Heels. Carolina down 4 against Kentucky as Askew dribbling out near the timeline. Dribbles all the way to the left elbow, now gets a pass right side to Boston outside the arc. Jackson, hard drive against Baycott, and something happened against Carolina. Leaky Black called for a foul off the ball. His second, and now the fourth on Carolina this half. So now Black, Love, Playtech, Davis, Sharp, Brooks all have 2 for the Tar Heels. Inbounds goes into Ware, quickly to Askew. 17 on the shot clock for Kentucky. Mintz, back middle of the floor, it goes to Askew. Wildcats with the 4-point lead and the ball. Boston, a switch has Baycott guarding him. That'll be a tough cover for the big man who blocks his shot, but called for a foul. Second foul on Baycott. And we'll see if that foul was on the floor before the shot. Nope, it's going to be 2 free throws for Boston. And so Kentucky is not a terrific free throw shooting team, 69%. But again, Boston and Askew are both good, and they are the ones taking a majority of these free throws for the Cats as Boston's first free throw rattles out. So he's now 5 of 7, Askew 3 of 4. So those two are 8 of 11. The rest of the Wildcat team just 1 of 3. Score remains 42-38. As Boston ready for the second free throw. 16-10 to go here in Cleveland. And Boston missed them both. Long rebound run down by Playtech. He was not happy that he missed that free throw. Heels pitch it ahead to Leaky Black to Sharp. Nice pass down low to Baycott, and he's fouled before he could receive the pass. And let's see, Kentucky's in some foul issues down low. That's on Boston, though, one of the guards, and that's his third. And so now Boston, Jackson, Sarr, and Ware all have 3 fouls for the Wildcats. Love to inbounds, has to lob it up to Day'Ron Sharp outside the arc. Finds Love, wide open, feet set for 3, too strong. And rebound ripped away. Sharp takes it away from Ware, but misses the dunk. Here comes Kentucky the other way. Toppin, blocked by Baycott as he flew to the rim. Holy cow, what a defensive effort. Both teams got right to the rim and neither could score. Sharp right of the lane. He goes up. His hook shot's good in the foul. Wild action on both sides over the last 30 seconds as Sharp will have a chance for three after this break. 42-40 with 15:38 to go here in Cleveland. Tar Heels down a bucket from Learfield, IMG College.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Live coverage of Carolina basketball continues after this.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt at Insurance Service Associates, about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
42-40, Kentucky with the lead, 15:38 to play. Dayron Sharp will try to complete a three-point play when action resumes. That means he's at the free throw line, and Food Lion is proud to sponsor the Score to Give More campaign. And for every free throw the Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 100 meals to a local area food bank. That'll help our neighbors in need this winter. Score to Give More, presented by Food Lion, the official grocer of the ACC. Heels have not had a great day at the line, just 4 of 8 at the free throw stripe. Dayron Sharp's first free throw attempt of the night coming in a moment. Carolina basketball also brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings and their new boneless wings. With more meat and less breading, they'll turn any boneless hater into a boneless believer. Get to B-Dubs and try their new boneless wings. Tell you what, that block by Baycott was impressive on the other end. He came in second on the team as far as blocks per game behind Dayron Sharp. Heels have blocked 3 shots today. Kentucky's blocked 2. Part of those UPS stats that also see Carolina shooting 44% for the game, 17 of 39, but just 2 of 11 from 3. Kentucky 15 of 36 from the field, that's 42%, 3 of 8 from 3. Told you Heels were 4 of 8 at the line. Kentucky is 9 of 15. Sharp's free throw is too long, and 2 Wildcats able to sandwich Leaky Black away from the rebound. And Kentucky has possession, so Heels just 4 of 9 now at the free throw line, as Clark, who was the man who committed that foul against Dayron Sharp before the break, spins into the paint, kicks it out to Askew, over to Ware. He tries to hand off to Mintz, almost taken away by Love, but Mintz recovers. Shot clock under 10. Kentucky up 2. Mintz has passed to Askew on the right wing. Askew will go in, and a foul on Playtech, and boy, the reason Playtech got that foul is he swung his arm to challenge the shot, and he didn't need to. If he had just gone straight up along with Love, who had rotated over, they had already significantly challenged Askew's shot. But instead, that's going to put Askew, who's 3 of 4 at the line, and now 4 of 5 with the roll. He'll get 2 free throws. Here comes Walton and Brooks. Playtech and Sharp out. Still no R.J. Davis on the Carolina bench. Bruised right knee, receiving treatment. So the Heels have Love, Walton, Black, Brooks, and Baycott. Down 3 with 15:08 to go. Davis, actually see him kind of running around in the tunnel, trying to get things loose. Both free throws good by Askew. And it's 44-40. By the way, there have been a lot of fouls called in this second half. That's 6 on each team. So each team in the bonus the rest of the way. As Walton whips a pass down low to Baycott, makes one hard move and is able to use the rim to protect the shot as he scoops it in. Baycott with 5 this half, 8 for the game, 44-42. See if Carolina can get a defensive stop to get the ball back in a 2-point deficit. Played good defense on that last possession, but fouled late. Clark trying to drive against Leaky Black and is able to flip it in over the challenge of Baycott. Clark with his second bucket of the day, 46-42. Heels going right to left in the road unis today. Baycott bounce pass to Brooks. Multiple players go to him. He kicks out of the double team to Black, now to Brooks left of the lane. Rifles a pass to Walton. He's left alone but doesn't take the three. Instead to Black, and Carolina resets as Love has it on the left sideline. Heels down 4. Love uses the screen to go to the right side. He's going to attack against Sarr, floats it up, no good. Brooks, a strong offensive rebound, and can't finish through contact. The Carolina bench furious that there wasn't a foul. Kentucky the other way. Clark almost travels, but is able to keep his feet and back up to slow it down. 46-42. Kentucky by 4. Clark, another runner. That one's no good. Good box out by Brooks. Here comes Carolina the other way. Leaky Black head up as he dribbles all the way into the left corner. Up the sideline to Brooks. He's left alone on the left wing. Dumps it back off to Black. Shot clock down to 18 as Brooks gets it on the baseline left. Double team comes. Passes out to Love. The pass was low, so he couldn't shoot it, and he turns it over, trying to bounce it down low. That's going to turn into a break for Kentucky as Mintz able to lay it in. And all of a sudden, the Wildcats are up 6. 48-42. Kentucky bench making noise as Carolina trying to find some footing here. They were down 4 at the half. They've cut it down to 1 and then to 2, but unable to get the lead. Love, slick pass to Brooks left of the lane, doesn't pull the jumper, instead goes baseline. Then he's fouled as he tries to spin by Ware for a hook shot. He got the shot up, so he's going to earn free throws, and that's the 4th foul on Ware. 7th on Kentucky, but it should be a shooting foul for Brooks with 2 shots. 48-42, 12:51 to go in the second half. This is going to be a key part of this second half is the free throw line, as that's the 7th foul on Kentucky, and Carolina has been called for 6. First free throw by Brooks is good. Ware will come out. Isaiah Jackson, who has 3 fouls, coming in. Boston, Jackson, Sarr all have 3 fouls for Kentucky. Ware with 4. Tar Heels have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players who have 2 fouls. Second free throw no good, but Carolina gets it back. Ends up to Walton for 3. The rebound was Brooks. Got it out to Love. Quick pass to Walton for the triple, and the Heels are within 2. 48-46. Second three-pointer that Walton has hit today. That's as many threes as he had all season. 12:29 to go. Clark trying to go down low to Sarr, fronted by Brooks, so he has to send the pass back middle of the court to Mintz. Mintz, hesitation, drives on Love, and a foul on Caleb Love, and that's his 3rd. And remember, with Davis having the knee trouble, and now Love with 3, the Tar Heel point guard situation is getting dicey. This will be a 1-and-1 on the 7th team foul on the Tar Heels. Mintz to the line. 0 for 1 today, but 9 for 12 on the season. 48-46, and he makes the free throw. He's been good today for the Cats with 14 points, a season high for him. The graduate transfer from Charlotte started his career at Creighton. 12:21 to go. 49-46 Kentucky. Wildcats led by 4, 38-34 at the half. Second one for Mintz is rattling out. John Calipari just yelled at one of his players to stop talking, go get a rebound, and stop talking. 49-46. Heels down 3 with the basketball. Leaky Black looking down low, gets it to Brooks. Double team comes. He finds Walton. Pump fake for 3, doesn't take it. Now we'll try a step back triple. Yes, sir. Tie ball game. Hey there, Kerwin. 49 apiece. 11:55 to go. Clark around a screen for the Wildcats. Picks up his dribble over to Sarr. Sarr going to drive, runs into Brooks, lost the basketball. Who's going to come out of there with it? Walton, and then Sarr runs up his back and picks up his 4th foul. So a bad sequence there for the Wake transfer. A great one for the young rookie from Hopkins, Minnesota for the Heels. Knocks in a couple of triples and picks up the 4th foul on one of Kentucky's starters. Game tied at 49 with 11:43 to go from Learfield, IMG College.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. And as a co-op member, you are part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through new energy services, support for local communities, and innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
At UNC Health, we're experts in primary care and caring. Our specialists don't just see a condition. We see you, the whole you, mind and body. Because when we know you better, we're better at getting you well and keeping you well. And with more experts in each office, same-day appointments, and more urgent care centers, it's no wonder it's the better way of primary caring. Find the right provider for you and your family at uncprimarycare.org.
Game tied at 49 with 11:43 to go. Carolina will have the basketball. In fact, Kerwin Walton should have a 1-and-1. That foul on Olivier Sarr was his 4th. Eric Montross back in our Tar Heel Sports Network studios in Chapel Hill. And Eric, it's amazing what one of those Blue Cross and Blue Shield 3-pointers will do, right? Presented by Blue Cross of North Carolina, reminding you to practice your 3 W's. Wear, wait, and wash, where they resolve to keep North Carolina healthy. And Kerwin Walton hitting a couple of threes, and doesn't that feel good, big fella? I know Eric thought it felt good, so even though we didn't get to hear from him there, I know that he knows that it felt good for the Heels to tie things up at 49 with 11:43 to go. Carolina also doing a better job on the glass this half after being out-rebounded handily in half number 1 by Kentucky, 21-15, including 9 offensive rebounds. Heels have 4 this half, Kentucky 0. By the way, we're brought to you in part by LS Tractor. Don't let your outside chores or projects cause you to miss any Tar Heel game action. Let LS Tractor help make short work of them. From normal yard maintenance to larger projects too, LS Tractor has the machine for you. Walton's free throw is good. Visit lstractorusa.com to see the difference. LS Tractor, what's it about for you? Carolina's first lead since the 29-27 score with a little more than 4 minutes to go in the first half. Those are the first free throws of the season for Walton. Makes them both. That gives him 11 points. He is the only Tar Heel in double figures, and that is the first time this year he has reached that total. In fact, his previous high had been just 3. 11:30 to go, 51-49. Boston on the drive against Walton. Kicks it out to Askew. Tough jumper at the free throw line, way short. Baycott snatches it out of the air. Heels trying to build on the momentum. Leaky Black, coast to coast, can't finish from the left, and the rebound tip to Kentucky. That was a hard shot by Black, and then the Wildcats give it right back as Clark tried to pass it to the right sideline and just threw it behind both Askew and Toppin, who were running in that direction. Askew will check out. Mintz returns for Kentucky. Heels have Love, Walton, Black, Brooks, and Baycott. We have still not seen R.J. Davis this half. He continues to try to work out a bruised right knee. Caleb Love running the point with 3 fouls. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Love around the screen to Brooks. He'll go left wing with the pass to Leaky Black. To Baycott up high. Now to Walton. Walton curls around his screen, attacks the cup, and had it knocked out of his hands, out of bounds, but he touched it last. Good defensive play by Kentucky to disrupt what looked like it was going to be a quality attempt from Walton from just a couple feet in front of the rim. 51-49 Carolina with 10:45 to go. Puff Johnson going to come to the scorer's table for Carolina as Clark is going to be called for a charge. And Clark is shaken up. It looked like as he planted to elevate, he either tweaked or twisted something, and he stays on the ground for a bit. Now he's going to come out. He ran over Love, gracious, a knee right to the midsection. So the foul on Clark, his second. It is the 9th foul on Kentucky. No free throws, though, with it being player control. So Leaky Black is going to run the point with Davis nursing the injury and Love getting a breather. As there's a foul off the ball on Kentucky. It is on Mintz, his second. That's the 10th on the Cats. So the 5 on the floor, this is a unique 5 for sure. It is Black, Walton, Johnson, Brooks, and Baycott. And it will be Baycott to the line for 2 shots on the 10th team foul for Kentucky. 10:29 to go. Heels 51, Kentucky 49. Baycott today is with that make at the line as he rattles it in. He is 3 of 4. Baycott with 6 points this half, 9 for the game. He also has 7 rebounds. Free throw too strong, and Kentucky does a good job keeping Carolina from tipping it out. They get the board, 52-49 Heels. It's a 10-1 Carolina run. So Walton still the only Tar Heel in double figures with 11. Toppin in for Kentucky, passes over to Mintz, checked by the much younger Puff Johnson. Mintz, a graduate transfer. Over to Boston, gets a free look, but misses the jumper left of the lane. Puff Johnson runs down the rebound for the Heels. Carolina up 3 with the ball, 10 minutes right now to play in Cleveland, second half. CBS Sports Classic. Baycott over to Black on the left wing. To Puff Johnson, he's going to attack. Left-handed floater is good by Puff. Johnson with his first bucket makes it 54-49, and Kentucky's going to take a timeout. It will stretch to a full here in Cleveland. 9:42 to go. Heels 54, Kentucky 49. 9:42 to play. We'll take a break from Learfield, IMG College.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
The 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591. Located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
Back in Cleveland, Carolina up 5 in the midst of a 12-1 run, 54-49 with 9:42 to go. R.J. Davis has checked in for the first time for Carolina. It'll be Davis, Johnson, Walton, Brooks, and Baycott. We've reestablished connection with Eric Montross in the Tar Heel Sports Network studios, and Eric, Tar Heels now up 5, a little more than halfway through the second half.
Well, what you're seeing now with obviously a couple made shots from the perimeter, even Puff Johnson on the floater, it's opening up the post. The offense was getting pretty stagnant there as Carolina was really looking and searching for their post players as their only form of offense. And, that's a dangerous place to be when you just are looking at one option. But now trying to create a little bit, it's going to force Kentucky to pull out and guard those guys and free up the inside. Also, stay the course on the fouls. Kentucky's in trouble. You've got to go to the foul line and make your free throws, but Kentucky's in a position where they're going to have to decide which one they want to play.
Eric, there's a foul just as we're coming back to action on Carolina on Puff Johnson as he ran into a screen out high and extended his arms, and he started complaining, and Roy Williams screamed to Puff, well, then don't do it. That'll put Toppin to the line for a 1-and-1. That is the 8th foul on Carolina. As Toppin's free throw is good. He has not been to the line much this year. He's now 3 for 4 on the season. But he makes it 54-50, a 4-point Carolina lead. 9:31 to go. Second one for the Rhode Island transfer rattles in. So his first points of the day, 2 big free throws to make it 54-51. Let's see what R.J. Davis does as the Kentucky bench trying to make some noise. Puff Johnson on the left wing. Johnson, a jab step, now dribbles to his right, gets it over to Kerwin Walton. Walton has hit a couple of big shots this half, over to R.J. Davis right side. Shot clock getting low, has to pitch it to Johnson in middle of the floor. Now to Walton left sideline, shot clock down to 5. R.J. Davis has it, gonna try a mile-long three, it's short. Rebound off of Puff Johnson's hands into Toppin for Kentucky. Not a great possession there from the Heels as had to have a force-up three at the end. Wildcats, penetration by Askew, kicks it in the corner to Boston. Back out to Askew after the drive. He'll ease up and reset. 8:42 to go. Heels up 3, 54-51. Askew picks up his dribble, sends it to Toppin. Long guarded 2 is too strong. Mintz able to sneak in for the offensive rebound, though, for Kentucky and reset the possession. Askew will have it in the center jump circle. Shot clock down to 12. He's checked man-to-man by Walton. Now to Boston, who has Puff Johnson on. Over to Mintz. Davis got hung up on a screen, but Mintz couldn't hit the three, but another offensive rebound. This one by Isaiah Jackson, and Kentucky tries again. Game clock down to 8:08. 54-51 still the score. Askew in the center jump circle with the shot clock down to 7. Askew will drive in an offensive foul and a moving screen on Isaiah Jackson. So even with all those chances, Kentucky can't score. And worse for them, Jackson picks up his 4th as he becomes the 3rd player for the Wildcats with 4 fouls. Ware, Sarr, and Jackson. Boston has 3 as well. 8 minutes even to go. 54-51 Carolina. Heels will have the ball after this. From Learfield, IMG College.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Back in Cleveland, CBS Sports Classic, 7th year of this event. Carolina, UCLA, Kentucky, and Ohio State, the 4 teams competing. It was supposed to be Carolina and Ohio State this year, but a late change has the Heels matched up with Kentucky. And the Tar Heels lead at 54-51 with 8 minutes to go. Carolina has 3 timeouts, Kentucky 2. As we've told you, the fouls are mounting for both sides. Carolina's already in the double bonus. Kentucky in the bonus, as there's been 11 fouls whistled on the Wildcats, 8 on Carolina. Tar Heels will have Davis, Platek, Black, Brooks, and Baycott as the 5 on the floor. So still no Caleb Love after he sat down with 3 fouls. He's been down for a bit. We'll see when he returns. Davis, who missed the first portion of the second half with a right knee problem, dribbling. Oh, to Platek. A quick 3 is just short. And a rebound foul called on Leaky Black. Had to wait and see. Both teams crashed the glass hard. And that's going to be the 3rd on Black and the 9th on Carolina, so a 1-and-1 for Kentucky. As we said, this is going, free throw line is going to be huge here. As so far today, neither team has shot well. Kentucky 14 of 21, Carolina 8 of 15. This is Terrence Clark going to the line for a 1-and-1. He is 8 for 16 and even 50% on the season and misses that one long. Rebound tip. Leaky Black had it for a moment, and then a foul called on Kentucky, I believe. And yes, it will be. After Black had a hand on the rebound, a foul called on Clark of Kentucky, his 3rd. And let's see who's going to the line for Carolina. It will be Leaky Black, and he'll have 2 shots. These will be his first attempts of the night. 7:46 to go, 54-51. This is, again, a 2-shot foul as Black gets the roll on the free throw. He comes in now 10 of 14 on the season after that make. 55-51. Black, the junior from Concord, couple of dribbles, stares at the rim, sends it up off the back iron, then tips the front iron, slapped out by Baycott, and Platek chases it down, so Carolina gets the ball again. To Davis in the center jump circle, left wing to Leaky Black. Pump fake, now Leaky drives, and he is hacked at the rim. Good strong move by Black. That one's on Ware, and that's his 5th. So Lance Ware fouls out for the first time this season. He will do so with 4 points and still 7:34 to go. And that's going to allow Black 2 more shots. He went 1 of 2 a moment ago. And John Calipari going to take the opportunity to bring his whole team to him. In fact, now Roy Williams will do the same because Kentucky has the 30-second window to sub. And while the 2 teams chat, why don't we break 10 seconds for station ID. Leaky Black with 2 free throws after this. 55-51 Carolina, 7:34 to go. 10-second ID break down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
And we're coming up on the 4 o'clock hour. You're listening to 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherfordton. 47 degrees right now, under partly cloudy skies.
55-51, Carolina over Kentucky. Leaky Black at the free throw line for 2 shots. 7:34 to play. And Lance Ware just fouled out for Kentucky. Freshman from Camden, New Jersey, had 4 points in the first half. And Leaky Black, who just went 1 of 2 a moment ago at the line, there again, and he makes the first. Olivier Sarr has 4 fouls. Isaiah Jackson has 4. Terrence Clark and Brandon Boston each have 3 for Kentucky. Leaky Black and Caleb Love and Andrew Platek have 3 for the Tar Heels, as again the Heels miss the second free throw, but Brooks tips it out. So the Heels get another chance. 56-51. R.J. Davis dribbling out on the right sideline. Uses a screen by Brooks to get to the left wing. Now to Black. He's going to try a straight-on 3. Way too strong. And the rebound brought down by Mintz of Kentucky, who will push the pace. Goes right to the cup. Can't get the roll, but does earn the foul. I believe Garrison Brooks is going to be the man charged with his 3rd foul. It is. And that's now 10 fouls on Carolina. So each team will have 2 shots the rest of the way. Leaky Black shaking his head, frustrated that he went just 2 of 4 in those opportunities at the line a moment ago. So 2 shots for Mintz, 56-51 Carolina. Score stays there as he misses. Here comes Love and Sharp for Carolina. Out go Davis and Baycott. So it's going to be Love, Playtech, Black, Brooks, and Sharp as the 5 on the floor for the Tar Heels. 7:08 to go. Teams exchanging free throw attempts here as Leaky Black in the lane early, but it didn't matter because the shot went in by Mintz. 56-52. Carolina's lead is 4. Day'Ron Sharp. Boy, a dangerous bounce pass, but gets it low block to Brooks, who turns it over. Just tried to dribble while spinning baseline and dribbled it out of bounds. So that's going to give it back to Kentucky. Turnover number 9 for Carolina. Kentucky's turned it over 12 times. And there's an offensive foul on Kentucky. Another illegal screen. That one's on Isaiah Jackson, and that's his 5th. So that is now, between the two teams, 24 fouls called in this half. So Jackson fouls out with 3 points and 6:48 to play. So that's now Jackson and Lance Ware that have fouled out for Kentucky. Score remains 56-52 with 6:48 to go. There's been 1 made field goal between the two teams in almost 5 minutes. Meanwhile, there have been 13 free throws attempted in that time. Playtech deep on the left wing. Sharp has position down low, but Playtech goes up high to Love. Now right sideline, Leaky Black. Black still on the right sideline. Now kicks it out to Playtech. Shot clock down to 10. Heels up 4. Love ends up with it, center jump circle. He's just going to go by himself, straight on 3 off the mark. And a foul on Day'Ron Sharp on the rebound. He ended up with the board between 2 Wildcats, but that's his 3rd. So now you've got Black, Love, Playtech, Sharp, and Brooks, all with 3 fouls. Kentucky's had 2 players foul out. Sarr has 4. Boston and Clark each have 3. As there have been now 25 combined fouls in the half. And Sarr to the line for 2 free throws for Kentucky, where he makes the first. So now it's 56-53. Kentucky hasn't made a field goal in almost 7 minutes. Carolina hasn't made one in 3.5. Each team only getting points from the line as Sarr makes them both for his first points today. And so now all of a sudden Kentucky has creeped back within 2. And they're going to try some full court pressure with 6:21 to go. Sharp inbounds it to Garrison Brooks. Brooks going to pitch it ahead to Sharp. He'll have a 3-on-1 because of that, but they'll ease up. Playtech in the corner, back to Sharp. Kicks it out to Playtech. Boy, a big 3 from him. How about it? Playtech with the triple. 59-54. Heels needed that one. 6 minutes to go. 3rd 3 this half. 2 by Walton and 1 by Playtech. 5:55 as Askew dribbling. Now to Toppin. Guarded by Brooks out in the middle of the court. He'll hand off to Mintz. Shot clock down to 11. Boston gets free on the left sideline. Can't hit the 3. Brooks with the rebound. To Love. Long pitch ahead to Black, but it's tipped out of bounds by Boston. And so Carolina will have it with 5:39 to go and 26 on the shot clock. First 3 by Playtech today. He has 6 total points. Carolina as a team on those Blue Cross Blue Shield 3-pointers today, 5 of 18. But that does include 3 makes this half. Love the baseline inbounds. Finally gets it in up the sideline to Black. Heels work it around the perimeter. Back to Love on the left. He's going to try the alley-oop to Brooks. Perfect execution for the flush. Brooks now with 11. What a dime by Love as well. 61-54. Carolina with the advantage, 5:20 to go. Clark on the left sideline for Kentucky, eases up to Mintz. Right back to Clark. Shot clock getting low. Mintz drives into Boston. Extra pass out to Mintz. Pump fake, he'll take the 17-footer, no good. Offensive rebound though, Kentucky. Toppin gets it out to Clark, he can't finish. Sarr with the offensive rebound, he is tangled up with Brooks, and that's going to be a foul on Garrison. And that's his 4th. So he becomes the first Tar Heel with 4. Baycott will check in for him after Saar goes to the line for 2 shots. Saar made a pair a moment ago. He came into this game just a tick under 69% for the season. 5:01 to go, 61-54 Carolina. So 2 big free throws here for Saar on 2 shots and misses the first. That'll allow Carolina to get Brooks out. Well, I shouldn't say that. I thought it was Brooks with his 4 fouls. And yes, it will be Brooks out, Baycott in. Mintz exits for Kentucky as Devin Askew will enter. 61-54. Carolina by 7 with 5:01 to go. Second free throw by Saar. Missed them both. Leaky Black with the rebound. Heels come front side. Black angles to the right. He'll hand off to Love on that sideline. Passes middle of the floor to Baycott. Now left wing to Platek. Platek back up high to Love. Love to Black on the right side. Finds Platek right corner. Tough pass down low. Tipped away by Kentucky and eventually does go out of bounds off the Cats, although Platek tried to go back to it and then thought better of it after it was punched away. It is 11 on the shot clock for Carolina. Tough inbounds here for Love deep in the corner. He quickly gets it to Baycott, who hands it right back to Love. Shot clock under 10. Heels up 7. Love drives hard on the left, draws contact, can't finish, but Sharp can't finish the dunk either, but there is a foul. Holy smokes, I thought Sharp was about to throw down a one-hander. Instead, he earns the foul. That's on Saar, I believe, and that's his 5th. And so now the 3 main front court players for Kentucky have all fouled out. Ware at the 7:34 mark, Jackson at 6:48, and now Saar, who fouls out with 2 points at the 4:33 mark on the clock. And that's going to put Sharp to the line for 2 shots. He is 0 of 1 there today. 61-54 the score with 4:33 to go. So now all 3 of those front court guys out for Kentucky. They still have Boston with 3 fouls and Clark with 3 fouls as well. Meanwhile, for the Tar Heels, Brooks with 4. Sharp, Platek, Love, and Black all have 3. That foul count now up to 27 in the half. 15 on Kentucky and 12 on Carolina. And Sharp missed the first free throw short. Came in 62%. He had been shooting better, 7 of 10 the last 2 games, but 0 for 2 today at the line. That one looked better out of his hands and goes in. 62-54. Carolina by 8. Kentucky with the basketball. 4:25 to go. Boston guarded by Platek out in the middle of the court. Boston drives to the right, hands off to Askew, right back to Boston, right of the lane. Platek still guarding him. Boston drives, tries to hand off, almost turns it over. It's loose. Kentucky picks it up. Shot clock under 10. Askew has Sharp guarding him on a switch. He'll drive right, kick it to Toppin. Long 2 is good at the horn. 62-56. Carolina by 6 with 3:55 to go. Just the 4th field goal. Kentucky's made this happen. Carolina gets it right back. Sharp on the drive, dishes to Baycott for the flush. 64-56. Heels back by 8. Clark, jab step against Black, works around him, forces it up, and makes the bucket. Tough shot. Clark with the 2. Black just now crossing the timeline with 3:30 to go. Heels up 64-58. Leakey drives to the left elbow. He'll stop and pop. Doesn't get the roll. There's Sharp with the put back and give him a chance for 3. The foul is on Clark. That's his 4th. And Day'Ron Sharp with a couple of huge plays down the stretch. Have the drive and pass to Baycott. And now we'll have a chance for the 3-point play when we return. 66-58, Carolina, 3:19 to go. Carolina basketball brought to you in part by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Heels up 8 with 3:19 to play from Learfield, IMG College.
Finally, B-Dubs has new lemon pepper sauce. What took so long? Well, crafting the perfect buttery, tangy lemon pepper sauce isn't something you can just do overnight. It's like raising a child. If you want them to be successful, you've got to give them lots of love, patience, and plenty of lemon and pepper. Lemon Pepper, one of 4 new sauces at Buffalo Wild Wings. Available for dine-in, takeout, and delivery.
Delivery subject to availability. Fees may apply.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Greetings, this is Christian Gold, your 24-karat voice and proud member of the team here at WCAB, wishing everyone a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from all of us on the best of both worlds, 100.9 FM and 590 AM. We hope you have a wonderful holiday season.
3:19 to go here in Cleveland. Tar Heels 66, Kentucky 58. Dayron Sharp at the free throw line for 1 when action resumes. Eric Montross back in our Tar Heels Sports Network studios. And Eric, crunch time here in Cleveland. Heels have 3 timeouts, Kentucky 2. Both teams have long been in the double bonus foul-wise.
Well, and how about the offensive rebounds? Sharp with 5 offensive rebounds on the game, 10 rebounds total. But right now, 8 offensive rebounds here in the second half for Carolina has really put them in a great position to score on second chance points. Second chance points, 10-0 for Carolina here in the second half. You've watched and seen what's happened with the foul trouble for Kentucky. Just keep going at them. Keep going at them if you're Carolina. You don't have to do anything fancy. Just don't start getting locked in and launching up long shots. You wouldn't expect them to do that. Carolina's defense also wreaking havoc on Kentucky's offense, which is just 5 of 16 here in the half.
Free throw, Eric, by Sharp is in and out. Gosh, he's just 1 of 4 this half, so it remains an 8-point Tar Heel lead. 66-58. Eric mentioned 10-0 on the second chance points. That was 14-5 in the first half as Black strips Clark, and Carolina will have it. 14-5, Kentucky an advantage in that category in the first half. So 3 minutes to go. Heels up 8 with the ball. Playtech in the front court. Still hadn't dribbled. Now we will. Penetrate in, and I thought there was going to be a foul. No call. Rebound is loose. Sharp has it out to Playtech, and Carolina will reset. Shot clock is down to 10, though, as Love has it up high. He'll attack. Pitch it in the corner. How about a 3-ball left side? Black, it's short. Rebound to Kentucky. 2:35 to go. As the other way, Askew hits a runner. Love inbounds to Playtech. Carolina's lead is 6, 66-60 with 2:25 to go. Love gets front court. Now he slows up. Pitches it in the right corner to Playtech. He'll ease up to Baycott out center of the floor. Back to Caleb Love. Carolina with 3 timeouts. 12 on the shot clock. Baycott has it outside the arc. Now to Sharp. Left wing it goes to Love. Up high to Black. He quickly goes right side, Playtech. His quick 3, no good. But Baycott, the offensive rebound. The putback is good in the foul. Carolina continues to flex his muscles on the offensive glass. Foul on Mintz, his 3rd. And Baycott with the chance for 3. Boy, Baycott's had a good game. 13 points and 8 rebounds for him. 68-60 Carolina with. And now a bench warning called against Kentucky. Kerwin Walton will check in for Carolina, and Sharp comes out, so the Heels get a little smaller. They'll have Love, Playtech, Walton, Black, and Baycott. So again, 1 shot coming for Baycott. And now Garrison Brooks will quickly get to the scorer's table. Free throw good by Baycott. And Brooks will replace Baycott. So again, just resetting that 5. It's Love, Playtech, Walton, Black, and Brooks. 69-60 Carolina as Kentucky inbounds. Now under 2 minutes to go. Clark coming front side. Able to drive. Blocked at the rim on the dunk attempt. The rim and Love both got to him. Heels go the other way, and they'll ease it up. Love to Playtech. Middle of the floor to Walton. 1:40 to go. Carolina now burning some clock. Shot clock down to 15. Heels up 69-60. Love backs up on the sideline right. Shot clock down to 8. Love to the left wing. Still dribbling. Goes left side to Playtech. Right back to Love. Shot clock down to 4. Love spins into the paint. Has his shot blocked by Boston. And it will be a shot clock violation. Kentucky comes out with it. 1:22 to go. Love made a nice move, but it was also a nice defensive play by Boston to swat it away. Inbounds to Boston. Carolina up 69-60. Walton knocked down on a screen up high, so Boston attacks. He lost the ball over the baseline, and it'll go to Carolina. That is the 15th turnover for Kentucky, including some big ones late. Heels will inbound with 1:13 to go. Full court pressure by Kentucky. Heels up by 9. Black, the inbounder, has timeouts to work with. Gets it in to Walton. Double team there. Walton bounces out of it to Leaky Black, and he's fouled in the backcourt by Clark, and that's 5 on Clark. Clark becomes the 4th Kentucky player to foul out. He will leave with 6 points and 1:09 on the clock. And that's free throws now for Black. He'll have 2. Carolina is just 12 of 23 at the line, 52%. Kentucky is 17 of 28, 61%. Coming in, Dante Allen, a redshirt freshman for Kentucky. 2 free throws here for Black with 1:09 to go. First one rattles in. It's now 70-60 Carolina with 1:09 to go. Free throw good by Leaky Black. Heard some of the dialogue on the court there. Heels up 11. Askew the other way for Kentucky. He'll drive on Playtech, and a foul called on Playtech. That's his 4th. Now I'm going to tell you something. 31 fouls have been called in the second half. 31. Askew for 2 shots with 1:01 to play. 71-60 Carolina. Askew has been to the line a bunch today and misses the free throw. Just his 2nd miss of the day. He's now 5 of 7. The freshman gets the 2nd to go. So Heels up 10. 71-61 against full court pressure. Carolina able to get it ahead to Love. He'll bounce it to Brooks in the front court. Now he's up. Double team comes, and Love's going to get called for an offensive foul with 51.5 to go. That's his 4th. No free throws for Kentucky on the play. 51.5 to go. Heels up 71-61. Inbounds in the backcourt to Kentucky to Askew. He's guarded by Playtech. Tries to dribble right. He stepped on the baseline. That's going to turn it right back over. He dribbled all the way deep on the right and stepped on the baseline. 43.4 to go. More full court pressure for Kentucky as Brooks will throw it in. Does have 3 timeouts to work with if needed. Gets it in the corner to Leaky Black. Right back to Brooks. Quickly to Love. Quickly to Black. Streaking center of the court over to Playtech. Right corner front side, and he'll ease up. Playtech dribbles out near the timeline. Flips it to Brooks. Game clock down to 30 seconds. Heels up 10. Brooks sends it out to Love near the timeline, and he's fouled by Askew. And Caleb Love, who has not scored this half but has played well today for Carolina, particularly in the first half. He hadn't shot it well. Struggles continue in that range, but has 6 assists today for the Heels. And he can get into double figures with free throws. He would be the fourth if he can make one of these. He has at 9 right now. And now he's at 10. So that's 14 for Baycott, 11 for Walton, 11 for Brooks, and now 10 for Love. The 4 players in double figures for Carolina. 72-61 with 27.6 to go. And Love makes them both. 73-61. Heels up 12. Don't want to foul here as Mintz kicks it in the corner right to Askew. His 3 off the mark. Mintz with the rebound and gets the putback. Kentucky will take its next to last timeout with 16.5 to go. So the Tar Heels in position here to get their first win over Kentucky in this event. It would move them to 5-2 all time in the CBS Sports Classic, but slightly more important than that, they'd go to 5-2 on the season and would head into the matchup with NC State on Tuesday with a really hard-fought win. Again, they're up 10 with 16.5 to go. Kentucky's next action doesn't get any easier for the Cats, although Louisville, the next opponent, Louisville, got smoked today by Wisconsin. The Cardinals were without a couple of players and lost by more than 20. I believe it was more than 30, the final score of that one. Carolina, meanwhile, has won. That game, by the way, is the day after Christmas. Carolina's next game, still one more before the holiday, as they'll play State in Raleigh on Tuesday. All right, Kentucky full court press against Carolina. Garrison Brooks lobs it out to nobody in particular, but Playtech able to run it down on the right sideline, flips it over to Walton, and he is fouled by Dante Allen. And so with 13.1 to go, Walton will have 2 shots. And let me tell you now, Kerwin played a big part in this Tar Heel win. He hit a couple of key 3-pointers, had 2 big free throws, and a run for the Tar Heels in the middle of the second half that gave Carolina the lead. And a lead that the Heels have not relinquished. And Walton, in a season where the Tar Heels have struggled to shoot the free throw, he's 3 of 3 today. Here comes Walker Kessler and Puff Johnson, also Ryan McAdoo, although McAdoo's going to get the shooter, I believe. Brooks and Black come out. 13.1 to go. Heels up by 11. Carolina about to go to 5-2. Kentucky will drop to 1-5 on the season. As here comes Creighton Lebo, KJ Smith, and Ryan McAdoo. Love, Playtech, and Walton will exit. So the Heels have Lebo, Smith, Johnson, McAdoo, and Walker Kessler on the floor for the final 13 seconds. Backdoor Mintz pushes it in the left corner to Boston. His 3 is short. Kessler tips the rebound to himself. He'll just protect the basketball, flip it ahead to Puff Johnson, and the horn sounds. Carolina was not expected to play Kentucky today, but the Tar Heels accept the challenge and get the big win. 75-63. The Tar Heels control the offensive glass in the second half, get Kentucky in a whole boatload of foul trouble, and pull away from the Cats for the 12-point win. 75-63, the final. Heels improved to 5-2 on the year. Kentucky falls to 1-5. Don't go anywhere there. Post-game report coming up. You'll hear from Coach Williams in that post-game Zoom. We'll get Eric's thoughts on this one, too. Player and play of the game as well. I don't care what their record is. A win over Kentucky is always a sweet one. And the Heels get it 75-63 in an empty Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in Cleveland. Not a usual place, but we'll take the final. Heels win by 12 from Learfield, IMG College.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
In a time when preventive care is more important than ever, routine oral checkups could save your life. That's why Delta Dental of North Carolina offers individual dental plans starting at less than $1 a day. For example, our large network of dentists can detect 120 signs of symptoms of diseases before they're life-threatening. Keep your healthcare costs low and your health at an all-time high with the power of preventive dental plans from Delta Dental of North Carolina. Choose your health first. Choose Delta Dental.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Carolina basketball continues after this.
McCurry Deck Motors has been providing an impressive selection of automobiles for over 50 years. At McCurry Deck, you can browse the great selection of GMC automobiles and drive away in one knowing you have gotten the best deal possible. The team at McCurry Deck Motors counts it a privilege to make you a happy and satisfied customer. Why not test drive one of the comfortable and stylish GMCs today? At GMC, we are professional grade. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of GMC, Chevy, and Buick. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Today, millions of people all across America are building a life in recovery from addiction and mental illness.
Helping themselves and helping each other.
Join the Voices for Recovery.
Together, we are stronger.
For confidential information and treatment referral for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Dave Nathan welcoming you into the Coca-Cola postgame report as Carolina beats Kentucky 75-63 to begin the CBS Sports Classic on this Saturday. We'll hear from Coach Williams and assorted Carolina players. Plenty more to get to, but we start off first with a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Other ACC basketball action in progress with just over a minute to play. Purdue leads Notre Dame 84-73. Miami and Jacksonville at the half. The Canes up 37-26. State and Campbell knotted up at 13 midway through the first half. And Wisconsin triumphs over Louisville 85-48. Over to college football here. The ACC championship game has just gotten started, and Notre Dame leads by an early field goal, 3-0 over Clemson, 5:20 to play in the opening quarter. Other finals from college football's championship Saturday. Ohio State knocks off Northwestern to win the Big Ten 22-10. Oklahoma defeats Iowa State 27-21 in the Big 12. Texas A&M, no championship on the line, but the fifth-ranked Aggies beat Tennessee 34-13. The SEC title game coming up later tonight at 8 between number 1 Alabama and number 7 Florida. Our final score from the CBS Sports Classic sees Carolina get by Kentucky and win handily 75-63 from Learfield IMG College.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high, because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
Why go out of your way for help when help is just around the corner? At North Carolina Farm Bureau, it's that simple. That's because we have local agents in every county across the state, offering competitive rates and fast, friendly service. It's more than insurance. It's local service you can trust. See for yourself. Pick up the phone, visit us online, or better yet, stop by your local office today. Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt at Insurance Service Associates, about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
63, Carolina beats Kentucky in Cleveland. Armando Bacot in the postgame Zoom press conference. Let's listen in live as the sophomore addresses questions.
Physicality of the game. You guys got out rebounded by a little bit, but they had 4 guys foul out, and you and Dayron and Garrison were banging for 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, just for opposing bigs, it's just hard just trying to bang with me, Dayron, and Garrison, and also Walker with just our fresh legs. And, I mean, we're going against each other every day, so we know when we're playing against other bigs that it won't be a problem.
Brendan Marks.
Hey, Armando, you know, you talk about how hard it is for opposing teams to bang with you guys, and then Kerwin comes in, knocks down, you know, a couple of three-pointers, spaces things out. Did this feel sort of like a formula for you guys in terms of this is a way that you guys continue to string together some wins?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was huge for us. Obviously, teams in the last couple games just been kind of sinking down in the paint, but once we get shooting, once we start shooting the ball better and stuff like that, it just opens up the floor for everybody. Driving lanes for the guards, more one-on-one opportunities for the bigs. So, I mean, we've been waiting for that out of Kerwin. We knew it was going to come. We can really shoot the ball and practice knock down threes and things like that. So, that's huge for us.
Thank you.
Mike Toper.
Hey, Armando, first of all, I just want to say congrats on the win. Second of all, this is another game this season where you guys found yourself trailing by double digits early. Any rhyme or reason to that? I know that's something you want to get fixed up.
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting bad starts. We still have yet to put together a good 2 halves of basketball. But, yeah, we went down early, and, they figured they thought they would punk us. But it's not last year. We're not going for none of that shit this year. We're not. Excuse my language, but we're not.
Vashti.
Wow, I don't know how to follow that up. But speaking of the first half, Kentucky went on that run to kind of close the first half. In the second half, they seemed like they tried to go on a run, but y'all shut all of that down. You just said I was going to ask you what kind of statement you guys are making, but I guess the statement is y'all aren't going to be punked this year.
We're not going to be punked this year. We're not going to let teams just come in thinking they can move us around and push us around.
Adam Smith.
Armando, I love your language. Don't apologize one bit. On that subject, did you feel like that your size just kept sort of wearing on them in the second half? They were getting in more and more foul trouble, and could you just sort of feel like your size was showing up more and more there in the second half?
We're such a physical team. We got such good bigs, so it's just one of our main things every game. And we knew Olivier Sarr was a great player, so we just knew we wanted to get him and Isaiah Jackson in foul trouble. That was one of the main things we wanted to do, and that we do that by like crashing the boards and posting hard and things like that. So we knew that would just open up everything for us once we got them in foul trouble. And obviously in the second half, they had to keep rotating players and doing different lineups they wouldn't usually do. So it just made everything easier.
Macy Meyer, last one for Armando. We'll try to get another player in here for you guys.
Hey, Armando, thanks for the time. This closed out non-conference play. What are you looking forward to going into ACC play, and what fixes are you guys going to be making?
Just to take that jump. Like I said, we obviously haven't put together 2 good halves yet. We've not come anywhere close to how good we are and how good we can be. This is just the beginning. So just obviously getting more mature, more experience for the freshmen. And we know conference play is going to be tough, but I feel like we're ready for it, and I feel like we're going to get better and better as the season goes.
Thanks. We'll get Andrew in next.
Thank you,
Armando Baycott in the post-game press conference following Carolina's 12-point win over Kentucky, 75-63. Eric, it sounds like Andrew Playtech will be next into the Zoom post-game press conference, which, again, is very live, as we've just found out. Before Andrew starts speaking, defensively, shooting the basketball the last couple of games, Playtech has really seemed to help himself and Carolina's bench last couple of ball games.
Well, I think he's been doing a great job with his defense primarily, and I think we're going to go to Andrew now. He's live.
Came out slow, even though I think we had more energy in the first half, and coming back from that double-digit deficit showed how resilient we were, and we brought some energy. But I still think we can play faster, we can play better, we can score more points and make more shots. I don't think we're anywhere close to how good we can be, so we still have a lot to work on.
Brendan?
Hey, Andrew, you mentioned the resilience of this team, especially in the second half and a couple of those threes, the 12-1 run, pulling ahead late. Is resilience the identity of this team so far, or is there something else that stands out more to you?
As of right now, I guess, yeah, but I want our identity to be toughness, be playing hard, playing smart, and playing together like Carolina basketball. Like, I want that to be our identity and to come out every day and show that from the jump, not just wait till we're down 11 or down 10 to show what we got. You know, I want us to hit shots in the first half and get the ball down low into our bigs and not turn the ball over. So I want the things coach wants.
Thank you.
Andrew Jones.
Hey, Andrew, going back on the grit factor, when you could combine grit and Kerwin's threes and the better ball movement there for that stretch in the second half, what is the level that you guys can be at on a more regular basis?
I think a team that can compete with the best of them, you know, a team that can make a run in the NCAA tournament. But we're not looking at that right now. We're just trying to get better every day. And I think this was really good for our young players' confidence. Kerwin hit some big shots. Caleb played really well, took care of the ball today. And that was huge. And that was a huge point in what we were trying to work at this week. And I think he did that, and I'm really proud of him.
You think today was significant progress for you guys?
What's that? Sorry?
You think today was significant progress for you guys?
Yes, I do, but I still think we can play better. I think Coach asked us if he thought we would get an A for today for our grade, and no one agreed, or no one said we got an A. Like, I think we're maybe B- range. Like, I don't know. I know we can play better than that. That's all I care about.
Thank you.
CL Brown.
Andrew, Kerwin kind of struggled in the first half with seemed like some freshman mistakes, a lane violation, gave up an A1. It looked like Roy got into him for that last shot, maybe not contesting it the right way. What do you say as a senior who's been through that, who's seen it, you know, seen those kind of things happen? What do you say to him at halftime or whatever for a little pick-me-up? Because obviously he had some big shots in that second half.
Well, I can relate to Kerwin because Coach has been on me for 4 years doing that stuff. So I just keep telling him next play, you know, next shot. You're going to make mistakes. Like, it's not all sunshine and rainbows every time you step out on the court. You're not going to make every shot you take, but you're going to think you are. So that's what I tell him. Just keep shooting the ball. And if you mess up, okay, internalize it, learn from it, move on.
And were you guys, was it part of the game plan for the guards as well as the bigs to keep attacking the paint to get those big men in foul trouble for Kentucky? Or was that just a byproduct? That was open, drives were open, so that's why you guys kept going at them?
Well, that's our game plan every day. We try and get the ball inside because we have some of the best bigs in the country, if not the best bigs in the country. So that's our advantage night in and night out. So we're going to throw the ball to them, and they're going to bang around in there and try and score. And that opens up Kerwin, that opens up me, that opens up RJ, our shooters, Caleb too. for driving lanes and open shots. So it starts with the bigs.
Thanks.
All right, we got time for two more with Andrew. We're going to go with Luke Buxton and then Josh Graham after that, please. And then we got Caleb Love coming up next.
Andrew, congrats, man. What would you say is the biggest individual thing you want to work on for next game, and then for the team in terms of improvements?
I think my offensive rebounding can get better. I felt myself kind of running back because I was worried about them getting out in transition, but I know I got to be in there, especially when me and Kerwin are in at the same time. I play the 3 and he plays the 2, so I got to get in there more. I thought individually I played pretty well on defense. I thought there was a couple ticky-tack fouls that I got that, I don't necessarily agree with, but like they're called anyway, and coach was pretty pissed about those. So I got to clean up that defensively and get better for state.
Cool. Thanks.
All right, Josh Graham, last one for Andrew, please.
Andrew, going down the stretch, just how familiar were you guys with Kentucky's foul situation? How often was Roy emphasizing to maybe attack there down the stretch?
The whole time, we were looking up at the clock. I think I said something to Caleb when there was like 15 minutes left. They already had 6 fouls. So I said, next time we get fouled, we're 1-1. And that was with 15 minutes to go in the game. So we knew from the early in the second half that was our advantage. And if we kept attacking, we know we could get their bigs in trouble and just get free points at the line.
I have a question for Andrew since you didn't ask. Andrew, they cut it to 2 and you hit a huge 3 in front of the bench to give us a 5-point lead. That was sort of one of the biggest plays of the game. Would you comment on that play, please?
I got the ball into Dayron. He got doubled, kicked out, late closeout, and I don't know, just that's that. I don't know. I was open, I was confident I made it. But it wouldn't have happened if Dayron didn't have his head up and he made the heads up play. So
perfect. Andrew, thank you. We'll get Caleb in next.
That's Andrew Platek in the post-game Zoom conference following the 75-63 win for Carolina. Platek in the ball game had 6 points, but they were big. 4 rebounds, a couple of assists. We're getting ready to hear from Caleb Love, who scored 11, dished out 6 assists, only a couple of turnovers under to Carolina's 12-point win. Let's go back into the Zoom press conference and listen in live.
Yeah, just constant learning, doing what coach telling me to do. I knew they were in foul trouble, so I just kept going to the rim. They couldn't stop me, so I just kept getting to the rim, getting easy buckets from my teammates, and that was that.
And Andrew just told us that he made a point to tell you with 15 minutes left about Kentucky's foul trouble. That situational awareness, is that something that you knew, or is that something that you're just going to have to learn along the way?
Yeah, I'm constantly looking at the clock, constantly looking at how many fouls they got, who's in foul trouble, and just keeping that in the back of my head, and then telling my teammates and them telling me. So that's just all about awareness.
Thank you.
Adam Smith.
Hey, Caleb. Could you see Kerwin's confidence sort of grow or take off today with some of those shots that he hit, and how timely were those 3-point makes that he had?
Yeah, I was telling him early because he was hesitating, pump faking, and I tell him this all the time in practice and also in games, to just shoot it with confidence. When you open, just shoot it, because that's what he does best, shoot the ball. And I told him confidence, and then the next play he hit a 3, and I said, I told you so. Like, just keep doing that, and he hit big ones for us.
Brendan Marks.
Hey, Caleb, congrats on the win. 6 assists for you today, only 2 turnovers. What has the process been like of working with Coach Williams in terms of, trying to figure out that role? I know you said that it's something that you feel like you're taking strides in, but how has that been, and how were you able to do what you did today?
Oh, it's been great. Obviously, I've been struggling early in the games, the first 5-6 games, but it's just a learning curve. It's always the learning curve for me, and I'm always listening to what Coach telling me to do. We have meetings one-on-one, watching film, and I'm just listening. So I'm getting better every day. So that's what that is.
Gotcha. Thank you.
C.L. Brown.
Hey, Caleb, how much does it feel like you guys may be turning a corner here? Like, we've talked about the growing process a lot after every game, but do you feel like you guys are starting to kind of find your identity as a team?
Yeah, for sure. One thing this team doesn't lack is competitiveness. We always going to go out there and compete. We're always going to go out there and fight, battle. Nobody's going to punk us like Armando said earlier, but I think that's our identity, is just compete, playing smart, playing hard, one thing we got to do better is our pace and just getting better shots. But yeah, I think we are finding our identity.
And in that first half, you ran into a screen, took a pretty hard fall. Did that just kind of shake you up a little bit? I mean, everything, you still feel good and everything?
Yeah, I feel it in the morning.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you, Caleb. We got Kerwin Walton coming in here, and then Roy Williams momentarily.
So again, that's Caleb Love after Carolina defeats Kentucky in the CBS Sports Classic 75-63. Ohio State UCLA game number 2 up in Cleveland this afternoon. Just a football score of interest to pass along. Clemson has now taken a 7-3 lead on Notre Dame at the end of the first quarter. Of course, Carolina's Orange Bowl slot looking a little better should Clemson defeat Notre Dame, but still a lot of game left in Charlotte right now with the Tigers up on the Irish 7-3. Here's Kerwin Walton in the post-game Zoom conference.
Shoot the ball and be confident in yourself and play defense and play hard. And my main focus is just being able to just compete and try to win games.
Andrew Jones.
Hey, Kerwin, in addition to those threes that you hit in that stretch, you also picked up a loose ball on the other end and drew a foul on the other end. That kind of the best you've played about a 5-minute stretch since you got here, and what do you kind of say about how your game's coming along right now?
Well, it's just, just like one of those hustle plays that coach tells us, like always gets on us about. We got to be able to grab the ball, especially grab it with 2 hands, secure it. And every possession matters, every loose ball matters, and it all that comes down to toughness. Whoever's the tougher team is going to win those type of battles.
So after there was a timeout about 35 to 40 seconds after your second three, and the whole bench ran out on the court to greet you. What was that moment like for you?
I mean, yeah, it was amazing just seeing everybody so excited for me. Kind of juiced me up, got me some energy inside. I definitely juiced a whole team up, and we just came out like super, guns blazing. We was excited, and definitely helped us keep our energy up.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Everybody, we need to get the players in the shower relatively quickly, so no more follow-ups if you don't mind. Ross Martin, please.
Hey, Kerwin, what's been the toughest challenge to kind of adapt to the college game?
Just being able to keep the same focus, throughout the whole for long periods of time, and just being able to play it hard, and mostly just guarding and being able to make shots. The game is a lot faster. The coach wants us to play real fast, so we got to be able to adapt to that different type of speed. Because in high school everything's a little bit slower. Not people aren't as tall or as strong, so you got to be able to get stronger and be able to just power through everything.
Last one for Kerwin.
Brendan Marks.
Hey, Kerwin. Congrats on the game and your win. Caleb and Armando and you hear your teammates, Andrew, saying they've seen this coming from you. They were sort of expecting this for at some point. Did you expect this of yourself? And also I wanted to ask on those 2 threes, the first 2, did you know they were good as soon as you let go?
Yeah, I mean, both threes felt good. I kind of felt this was my time. I knew my time was coming. I was, throughout the whole season, all the games we played, I was just being patient, just trying to feel out my team and feel out, my atmosphere. But yeah, every shot I took, it felt great. So, I kind of knew it was going in as soon as I released it. It looked good, it felt good. So I always, I just expect every shot I take to go in. If I miss it, I'm going to shoot the next one, make the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kerwin. All right, we're going to go.
That's Kerwin Walton, who had a career-high 13 points, surpassing his previous high of 3 in a couple of games in Carolina's 12-point win over Kentucky. 4 Tar Heels in double figures, and here's Coach Williams in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner.
Did you see from Caleb today that would signify
What did I see from who?
From Caleb Love, that is progress from the first 6 games.
Well, Caleb and RJ, I think somebody told me they had 7 assists and 2 turnovers. We haven't been that good at all year, and especially without RJ for such a long period of time. One of Caleb's turnovers, in fact, was that charging foul over on the opposite side of our bench. So until that point, they'd only had 1 turnover. That's the biggest thing, and he took the ball to the basket, made some big shots, still didn't shoot it in from outside, and I really think he's going to be a really, really good shooter. It's just not going in now.
Greg Barnes.
Hey, Roy, with Kerwin having that big boost there in the second half, I think he scored 8 straight points. Can you kind of just speak to his development? And you talked about maybe him being a little bit too quiet early in the year. Has he improved in that regard, and how has he improved in terms of coming along as a player?
Well, again, a lot of it goes to the fact that we didn't have RJ, and we needed somebody to step up and make an outside shot. And I feel that Kerwin's our best three-point shooter. He's been struggling with it. There's no question. I think he's like 1 or 2 for 12 or something like that. But if we were to have a shooting contest, he would almost win it every day. I told the team when the game was over with in the locker room, the biggest moment of the game for me was they've got a 6-point lead, and Kerwin and Puff scored 10 or 12 of our next 15 points. And I thought that was huge. I yelled at Kerwin to shoot one more. I thought he should have shot another possession when we had it. But I think those two guys coming in when we were in foul trouble, RJ was hurt, all that kind of thing, I thought that was the biggest point of the game. And I told him I would have put them back in down the stretch, but the biggest thing we needed was defensively, and they're behind the guys that played longer and more experienced. They were behind those guys with Leakey and Andrew out there on the defensive end of the floor. But there's no question in my mind that Kerwin and Puff gave us the biggest lift of the game.
CL Brown.
Roy, how much do you feel like this team is starting to really take on that identity of toughness and competitiveness?
You know, in the first half, I was very disappointed in that exact thing. I mean, the first half, they got 14 points on second shot opportunities. So I think it was our 5. And in the second half, we got them 13-2. But I didn't think we were very tough in the first half. They were more aggressive. They appeared that they wanted it more. And in the second half, we cut down on all the second shot points that they got a great deal, and we got a bunch of them. But you know, it's one game. I'm as pleased as I can possibly be for the team, and particularly Kerwin and Puff, the lift they gave us. I think we made free throws down the stretch other than Caleb's turnover. We didn't turn it over the last 4 to 6 minutes. So I like that part, but we've got to get a lot tougher, CL, because you cannot have it where somebody's going to have 14 points on second shot opportunities against us, as big as we are and as much as we emphasize the rebounding part. And as I said the last time we talked, toughness is not about it being able to fight. The toughness is boxing out and diving on the floor, getting loose balls and sprinting back and those kind of things. And I think we did grow some in the second half there.
Thanks, Coach.
Brendan Marks.
Hey, Roy, I was just going to ask you, we know RJ looked like he was shaken up, and you guys put out something about his bruised right knee. How's he doing, and would you anticipate this being any sort of thing that lingers?
I have no idea. I'm not a doctor. We got him back in the game, and the reason I took him out is because we had weathered some storm about foul trouble with Leakey and Andrew at that time, and we'll have to wait and see. You know, everybody can say all you want to, but you don't think it's anything serious, but we have to wait and see.
Thank you.
We've got time for 2 more. Any other questions for Coach? I don't see any hands up. Going once, going twice.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
Coach Williams in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner following the Heels 75-63 win over the Kentucky Wildcats at the CBS Sports Classic. We'll take a break here on the Coca-Cola postgame report. Jones will rejoin us from Cleveland. He and Eric will share some thoughts, and then we've got play of the game, player of the game, more scores, and a lot more to tend to really on a championship Saturday here from our Tar Heel Sports Network studios as the Heels beat the Kentucky Wildcats 75-63 from Learfield.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Libman makes a difference. The Libman Mop Crew is part of our winning team by making sure the hardwood is clean and safe for the players every game at the Smith Center. No matter what kind of flooring you have at your home court, Libman has the tools to keep it clean. Their mops, brooms, and brushes are proudly family-made in the USA. Visit Libman.com to see their whole lineup and for a store locator. That's Libman.com. Libman, the official hardwood floor care provider of Carolina Athletics. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with. Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Right now, you can get 5 cents off every gallon of fuel every day. That's 5 cents off every gallon with Make It Count rewards from Marathon. Plus, you can earn points for additional savings on fuel, airfare, hotels, and more. It's quick and easy to join. Just visit makeitcount.com/radio or download the free app. So start saving today with Make It Count from Marathon. Offer valid only at participating Marathon locations. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Post-game coverage of Tar Heel basketball continues now. You're listening to the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show. Ford is built to fit your lifestyle. Check out the great offers on the vehicles that'll help you win the day at buyfordnow.com. Contact your Carolina Ford dealer, proud sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show.
Cook post-game report and the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show. No, we've been on for a while. It's a long game, long media session there, so we're not going to stick with you too much longer, but appreciate you joining us after Carolina's 75-63 win over Kentucky here in Cleveland. My name is Jones Angel. I'm here with Adam Lucas and Ben Alexander, Dave Nathan, Eric Montross in our Tar Heel Sports Network studios. Dave's going to have the Coke play of the game. You've already heard the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. When you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. And I'll give you the LS Tractor difference-making player of the game here in a second as well. But, Eric, it really felt like, and the players talked a lot about it, and Coach Williams talked a lot about it, the key stretch of that second half was sparked by a couple of freshmen. Kerwin Walton with a couple of big three-pointers. He had a pair of free throws in that stretch. Puff Johnson came in, had a rebound or two, hit that runner in the lane for a key basket in that stretch where Carolina went down, from down 5 or 6 to up 6 or 8. And it was really that stretch that seemed to define this win for Carolina.
Carolina was getting some variety in their offense. Not only was it just the three-point shots, and Kerwin's shots looked terrific. I mean, every time he shoots it, they look like they should go in, and indeed tonight they did. It's great for a young player to get some confidence instilled and to see his teammates respond in the way that they did. But I think also it has an immediate impact on the defense because, especially with three-pointers, it's such a big point swing, and players pay attention to who's making threes. They instantly turn their head. They instantly come off the post. They instantly give up a little bit more room on the drives because they're watching for the pitch outs, even after just a couple of makes. And that's what we saw tonight. And you saw that when you get, pretty quickly after Kerwin made the second one, Puff Johnson goes in for a little 8 or 10 foot floater. And those things just weren't happening. We were getting really stagnant. So I thought it was obviously a nice benefit to have that offense expand in that fashion.
Eric, you've got
Sharp with 11 rebounds, 6 of them offensive. Baycott with 14 points and 8 rebounds, 5 of them offensive. Garrison Brooks had a couple of offensive boards as well. But, it feels like, Armando's really had a good start to the season, and Day'Ron Sharp coming into his own as well. Just felt like Carolina was able to flex its muscles down low in the second half.
Well, I think that it was Andrew Platek that said this in the post game, which was that everybody knows that's the strength right now for Carolina. It's not going to sneak up on anybody. The key is to keep it consistent, and the good news is that you have some depth to help with that consistency if one or two guys falter on any given night. But the more that you see success, the more that success will come for you as players. I love the way that Day'Ron Sharp, just when he's off the ball, he's putting himself in a position right around the rim. And we saw it early. I mean, you and Adam and I would sit there and watch practice, and we'd watch how Day'Ron would get inside position, and it's just a magnet for the ball. And so the way that he's going after it, the tenacity that he and Baycott are playing with, and even Brooks as well. But I really see it in Baycott and in Sharp in particular on the offensive glass. And he wasn't even the guy that had the most he did have the most offensive rebounds tonight with 6, but Baycott was right behind him with 5. And so you look at how this team is working together, and I think that's where we're seeing a lot of manifestation of this team's effort. So, also the other big number to me, Jones, aside from the rebounds and aside from the interior play, is that Carolina only had 11 turnovers tonight. Yeah. And that was in a game where they weren't making free throws. So if they had not made free throws and they had turned the ball over, it would have been a real doozy. And so right now you see that they're trying to mitigate some of those losses by lowering the turnover numbers.
Yeah, to that point, and last thing, Eric, at least for me, I know Caleb Love did not shoot it well today. He was 4 for 14, 0 of 5 from 3. I thought this was his best game. He was under control more often. He made some strong plays. Had that key 3-point play at the end of the first half. The shooting needs to come, of course, but it just felt like he was getting it a little bit more today.
Well, and I think that the shooting to me it's more about what he can do driving the ball. He's got such good size and such good athleticism and body control. Tonight the most impressive pieces for me with him was when he drove the ball under control, took advantage of openings, and slashed through the defense that Kentucky was putting out there. This is a big Kentucky team. I mean, it looked a lot like, and we talked about it in the pregame, which seems like it's about 8 hours ago, but we talked about how this team looks a lot like Carolina from a physical standpoint and from an athletic standpoint. So just the way that he's maneuvering, he's learning on the job. In his interview after the game, he talked a lot about the one-on-ones with Coach and understanding the offensive sets, defensive sets, and when the opportunities come.
All right, we're going to take a break. Eric and Dave will take you the rest of the way there. Do need to break 10 seconds for a station ID. We'll take that and then come back with the LS Tractor player of the game. Then we'll get to that break. But let's break 10 seconds down the lines for station ID here on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
And you're listening to the Tar Heels on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Ohio State and UCLA underway, by the way, in the second game. Ohio State up early 9-4 on the Bruins. But let's get to our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. The LS difference is about redefining what comes standard. LS Tractor gives you more standard features, more performance, more warranty, and more satisfaction, but all that for less money. See the LS difference today at lstractorusa.com. 4 choices on Twitter today were Armando Baycott, 14 points, 8 rebounds, 2 blocks. Kerwin Walton, the 13 points, perfect from behind the arc and from the free throw line. Caleb Love, 11 points, 6 assists, and Day'Ron Sharp, who had 7 points, 11 boards, and 2 assists. And big advantage in the poll for Kerwin Walton. First time that he has been our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. All right, we're going to take a break. A reminder, we've got Roy Williams' show coming up on Monday. Due to the pandemic, we are having to record with Coach Williams earlier in the day on Monday for air that night. You can send us questions. Either write to me on Twitter at JonesAngel, Angel 2 L's at the end, or our email address for the show is asktheheels at gmail.com. AskTheHeels@gmail.com. That show coming up again Monday at 7 is when it will air. We will record it earlier in the day on Monday. And then Carolina's next action, Dave will get you set, of course, for that. But it is Tuesday against NC State. It is a late tip on the Tuesday before Christmas at 9 p.m. in Raleigh. We'll take a break, come back. Dave and Eric will get you through the rest of the way. Heels beat Kentucky by 12 from Learfield, IMG College.
Tired of cooking at home? Change it up without getting up. Just order Jersey Mike's through our app for no-contact delivery or no-contact at-the-door pickup. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Megan Pennington of Pasquotank County High School in Elizabeth City. Her project, A Brighter Future, is sponsored by Albemarle EMC based in Hertford.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
Tired of cooking at home? Change it up without getting up. Just order Jersey Mike's through our app for no-contact delivery or no-contact at-the-door pickup. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Look around you right now. How many signs do you see? Probably dozens. Signs let you know whether you've arrived or departed, and often are the first impression someone has of your business. At Southwood, we strive to create lasting first impressions and let your customers know they've arrived. Whether indoor or outdoor, we specialize in commercial, multifamily, and hospitality signage. Southwood has served the Carolinas for 50 years and is proud to be the trusted signage partner of the Tar Heels. Visit southwoodcorp.com to learn more.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
Do you need some extra money in your pocket? Try Insurance Service Associates, your local independent agent. We can shop your auto and home insurance with several companies to get you better coverage and the best rate. Insurance Service Associates at 127 East Trade Street in Forest City for auto, home, or commercial insurance. More choices, better coverage, best rate. That's Insurance Service Associates, 245-5301.
Right buttons for us back at Learfield IMG College Mission Control. And Eric, we're 7 games into the season. It's already been a slate unlike any other, with the postponements, the cancellations, Kentucky being swapped out for Ohio State on almost a moment's notice. It feels like there's been a season's worth of plot twists, and we're not even at Christmas yet. And oh, by the way, ACC play starts next week for Carolina, going to North Carolina State. At 5-2, and clearly some wins over some big-time programs, what sort of progress has Carolina shown you from, say, the game back on November the 25th, a couple of bumps along the way against Texas and Iowa, and now here we are coming down the home stretch of December?
Well, I think that we've seen the post players stay relevant throughout a game, and there wasn't quite that consistency at the onset of the season. I also think that we've just talked about Caleb Love, and we've seen some more consistency from him, albeit still a snapshot. I mean, I don't think it's really enough to say it's a trend, but I think that we're seeing snapshots of improvement. Certainly the number of practices that are under their belt are helping that. But I tell you, I think more and more we're recognizing that the interior play that Carolina has is really substantive. And, you look tonight, and I know we were talking about where we started from, but if you look tonight, the 10 of the 23 rebounds in the second half were offensive rebounds, and that accounted for 13 points. When you think about Carolina's offense wasn't great. And even though Kerwin Walton and Puff Johnson had some really nice shots, and Kerwin, of course, I don't want to minimize anything about him because I thought his performance was stellar. But you just look and you say, okay, now we are an interior team, and we're a team that can take that into the conference. As you move into conference play, everything ratchets up. And we've had a good preseason schedule or pre-regular season pre-conference schedule. But now it becomes even under a microscope, and as you start to round the bend and catch these teams twice, every mistake gets magnified even more because they know that's something that they can try and take advantage of. So I think for this Carolina team, it shows that they are improving, that their improvements carry over, and that as a team, I like how they're playing together.
I want to develop that last line, kind of the point that you made there about getting into conference season and things being magnified. Again, there's no doubt that Carolina's played some great programs, but when you play programs that know you and know tendencies, even though Carolina's young and we're still getting to know some of the players, for you as a player growing up over the course of 3-4 years, what's it like when you get into ACC play and you think you've got an answer for something, but the other team knows what you've already got figured out?
I think that's part of being a player, of being a coach, of being a part of a team, is to know that, it's like Coach Guthridge would notoriously and always say to us, you got to have a move and a counter move. And you don't have to have much more than that. You just have to have something to counter what they play. And I think that's something that a lot of players and teams, you don't have to be too fancy. You just have to be darn good at your go-to move and your counter move. And I think that as Carolina goes into the season, they'll figure out that some nights their move may be the perimeter shooting. Some nights it may be driving to the basket. Some nights it may be interior. But the things that are always going to be there is the offensive rebounds. You got to keep those straight. You know that your offense is going to improve by and large over the course of the season, and that's your move and your counter move. And so, I think the other piece of that is that you have a very strong defense developing. I mean, again, we saw Carolina's defense in the second half really slow Kentucky's offense. And Kentucky's offense is not great right now. I mean, they're looking at it, and it looks a little fragmented. They hit some shots early, sure, but that's a flash in the pan. And I think that if Calipari, not to try and put words in his mouth, but I think that he would tell you his offense is not playing at the level that he needs it. They have got to look more fluid. They've got to take some better shots. They have to really work on their fouls. I mean, a lot of Cal's offense is the high screen and roll and player interaction and driving the ball to the basket. But when you have four players foul out, and not all those were on offensive fouls on the high screen and roll, a lot of them were inside against Carolina's bigs. But you're out of control, and fouls happen when you're out of control, defensively or offensively.
Well, we've seen a lot of basketball, and we've seen a lot of Kentucky teams look like championship contenders in November and turn out to be just that in March. We've also seen some Kentucky teams that don't look like NCAA tournament teams in November and December and still turn out to be teams that have a chance to make a run. Who knows which way this program's going to go in terms of Kentucky, but I do know this. Carolina getting its first win over the Wildcats in the CBS Sports Classic and 25th overall in the series. We said it in pregame. No team has beaten Kentucky more than 10 times and has a winning record against the Wildcats, except for this one, Carolina.
Well, it's been a great ability to have these teams playing. I mean, just over the years to find, even when they were playing the home and homes back prior to the CBS Sports Classic, I think that's maybe how some of the CBS Sports Classic was born. The idea for that was born, is to put these big blue chip names, UCLA, Kentucky, Carolina, at Ohio State into the mix, and keep that consistent. And then when they renewed the CBS Sports Classic, I think it just gives you a chance to pull teams from the various quadrants of the country, put them in a position to play each other. You know they're going to have relevant teams every year. Some are going to be better than others. But overall, you're going to have a draw. You're going to have something that's worth watching. And you know that I think that's also to your first point about the Kentuckys that sometimes start off great, sometimes don't, but in the end are still there and relevant. I think that's where Calipari comes into this mix, because these young guys, you look at them and the capacity to play is there. They just have to rein in some of their enthusiasm, and I think they'll do it.
Carolina with the 75-63 win today over Kentucky. Second game in progress, about 9 minutes old. Ohio State 19 and UCLA 14. Big fella, we'll say farewell for now. Enjoy your weekend. I know you'll miss the trip to Raleigh on Tuesday, but we'll have you right back here in studio. And I know this, I will not miss that.
It's about the only time of year when I can wear red, and it ain't for playing state.
We'll leave things right there. Eric Montross, of course, leaving on a high note, the only way to go for the big fella here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. We've still got more of the Coca-Cola postgame report to get to. We've got our play of the game, updated scores, and again, you'll want to stay tuned to find out what's happening with Clemson and Notre Dame in the ACC tournament game, or the ACC championship game, and how it affects Carolina's Orange Bowl prospects. So we'll let you know about that when we come back, plus Roy Williams in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner from Learfield, IMG College.
Owning an LS tractor is about a lot of things.
For me, it's about lift capacity.
It's about the hydraulics.
Owning an LS, it's about how well it's made.
Steel, baby.
More features.
Standard features.
It's about the land. Making it better.
Having something to pass down.
It's about owning the best.
Find your local LS dealer at lstractorusa.com and see what it's about for you.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize social justice and racial equity grantee, Carolina's Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, for their work to address social justice and racial equality in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
Do you have chronic or persistent pain due to increased stress from big life changes? Great news! There's hope without the use of pills or surgery. The experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy can help you find relief and results, often within a few visits. Breakthrough, proud partner of Carolina Athletics, has 7 locations in the Raleigh-Durham area. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
The expert dental care from UNC you trust to keep you healthy has a new name, Carolina Dentistry. As the first dental school in North Carolina, the UNC Adams School of Dentistry has been putting patients first since 1952. That's why we're first in care, for the people, and that's something to smile about. Visit carolinadentistry.org to learn more and become a patient today.
Carolina beats Kentucky 75-63 to improve to 5-2 on the season. And in doing so, the Tar Heels 18 of 29 from the free throw line, which means another 18 meals were donated to a local area food bank through Food Line Feeds. Score to give more. Food Line is the official grocer of the ACC. It's the Coca-Cola post-game report from our Tar Heel Sports Network studios. Before we get to our play of the game, just quickly noting the ACC championship game approaching halftime, about 2 minutes left to play in the first half. Clemson 17, Notre Dame 3. The Irish knocked in the game's first field goal, but since then it has been all Clemson. Trevor Lawrence 9 of 15 passing, 181 yards, 2 touchdowns. Lawrence has also rushed for 42 yards, and Amari Rodgers already over 100 yards receiving with one of those catches that he has, and he's got 4 of them going for a touchdown. So Clemson 17, Notre Dame 3. Should Notre Dame win this ball game, the Irish certainly into the CFP and Clemson likely out. But if Clemson gets the win, it's quite possible both teams are in college football's Final Four. And if that's the case, Carolina would be the highest-rated ACC team remaining, and that would punch the Tar Heels bowl berth into South Florida and the Orange Bowl. So a lot riding on this game for Carolina and some other ACC football programs. And approaching the halftime break, Clemson 17, Notre Dame 3. Let's get you caught up now on our Coca-Cola play of the game. Plenty to choose from as the Tar Heels trailed by 4 at the break, but again, a patented second-half flurry, and that's where we go for Jones' big call of this Garrison Brooks finish.
Heels work it around the perimeter. Back to Love on the left. He's going to try the alley-oop to Brooks. Perfect execution for the flush.
And that's our Coca-Cola play of the game. When you're stocking up for game day, be sure to grab a Coke. Coca-Cola tastes better together. Go Tar Heels. Garrison Brooks helping Carolina to its 5th win of the season, 75-63 over Kentucky, and certainly had help along the way with Armando Bacot putting together a 14.8 rebound performance. Brooks had 11, as did Caleb Love. Off the bench, Kerwin Walton, who we heard from earlier, also had 13, and Walton did not miss today. 3 of 3 from the floor, 3 of 3 from three-point land, 4 of 4 at the stripe, and he only played 15 minutes, helping Carolina get to a 75-63 W over Kentucky. Time now for our Champions of the Court, where we highlight MVPs from today's game, brought to you by UNC Health, dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds to help keep you in the game at your very best. See their lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports. We'll give this one to Garrison Brooks, and I think experience matters in a game like this. And for Brooks to put up 11 points on 5 of 7 shooting, had 6 rebounds, and obviously was a big part in helping Kentucky foul out 4 different players over the course of the game. We'll give our UNC Health Champion of the Court MVP award tonight to Garrison Brooks. Time to take another timeout, but the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard will be heard upon our return. The score that matters most tonight, Carolina 75, Kentucky 63 from Learfield, IMG.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Customers and communities every day with their food and pharmacy needs. This year we've partnered with UNC, Duke, Wake Forest, and NC State to bring you the Big Four Grocery Assist promotion. Each week, one lucky contestant is chosen, and they win $5 in free groceries for every assist by each Big Four school that week. Plus, Harris Teeter will donate $10 for every assist throughout the season to the local food bank to support those in need. Visit harristeeter.com and look for the Grocery Assist page to enter today.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize social justice and racial equity grantee North Carolina Institute of Minority Economic Development for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
This is your home of the 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Stay in touch with your tax dollars. Listen to the Commish Report and the School Board Report each month live here on WCAB. The reports are heard the following morning after the meetings. WCAB, keeping you informed as well as entertained.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now, if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Carolina basketball has been brought to you by UNC Health, proud sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show.
Tar Heels beat the Kentucky Wildcats 75-63 at the CBS Sports Classic. Dave Nathan back with you on the Coca-Cola postgame report and getting you up to speed here on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Other ACC basketball action today, just about 45 seconds left to go from South Florida. Miami trying to close out Jacksonville. It's a close game, 70-64. The Canes up by 6, under a minute remaining. NC State putting some distance between itself and Campbell. The Pack was up by 2 at the break, 30-28, but since the second half has gotten started, it's 20-7 NC State run. So with 11:53 to play, NC State 50, Campbell 35. Louisville, no match, and it wasn't even close for Wisconsin today. Badgers 85, Cards 48, and Notre Dame falls to Purdue 88-78. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, it's Coppin State and Virginia Tech at 6. Buffalo visiting Syracuse. Central Florida heads to Florida State at 9 o'clock as well. Other action today in the top 25. Baylor, ranked number 2 in the country, leads Kansas State 74-51 midway through the second half. UCLA up a point on number 20, Ohio State, and Cleveland 26-25 with under 7 to play before halftime. Gonzaga beats Iowa 99-88 in a top 3 matchup earlier today. And coming up tonight, St. Joseph's number 7 Villanova. It's a 9 o'clock start. The only other top 25 college basketball game on the docket. How about some college football? Championship Saturday. Whole bunch on the line here in terms of the college football playoff. And as Clemson and Notre Dame get ready for the halftime break, still 31 seconds left in the second quarter. Clemson with the ball at the Notre Dame 44, 3rd and 1, and a 17-3 advantage for the Tigers. Trevor Lawrence already tossed a couple of touchdowns Travis Etienne, 7 carries, 54 yards against that vaunted Notre Dame rushing defense. End of the first quarter in the Mountain West championship game. San Jose State 7, Boise State 3. Earlier finals from the Big Ten championship. 4th-ranked Ohio State finishes things up unbeaten at 6-0, beating number 14 Northwestern 22-10. The Buckeyes await their CFP fate. Number 5 Texas A&M also seeing what's out in front of the Aggies with a 34-13 win in Knoxville against Tennessee. 10th-ranked Oklahoma upends number 6 Iowa State 27-21. Coming up tonight from Atlanta, the SEC title game at 8 between number 1 Alabama and number 7 Florida. The AAC championship at 8 between number 23 Tulsa and unbeaten and 9th-ranked Cincinnati. Again, the Carolina Panthers also playing tonight. Right around 8:15 is when Carolina kicks it off from the frozen tundra against the Green Bay Packers. Carolina basketball team, victors today in Cleveland, beating Kentucky 75-63. We'll check back in with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams, next from Learfield IMG College.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Hey, Carolina fans, the holidays are here. Are you trying to find the perfect gift for the Tar Heel in your life? No matter their age, child to adult, you can give the gift of membership with a Rams Club, Student Rams Club, or Carolina Kids Club membership. Starting at just $25, your membership directly impacts the student athletes you cheer for on the field, on the court, or in competition. Please visit ramsclub.com/gift for more information.
Catches it, the spin move, drop step to the baseline. Two-handed jam. Steps back for 3. Nailed it from way downtown. Drives the lane, kaboom, count it, and gets the foul. Are you kidding me?
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech that makes every drive as exciting as a game-winning buzzer beater. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
For the Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Stay in touch with your tax dollars. Listen to the Commish Report and the School Board Report each month live here on WCAB. The reports are heard the following morning after the meetings. WCAB, keeping you informed as well as entertained.
The expert dental care from UNCU Trust to keep you healthy has a new name, Carolina Dentistry. As the first dental school in North Carolina, the UNC Adams School of Dentistry has been putting patients first since 1952. That's why we're first in care, for the people, and that's something to smile about. Visit carolinadentistry.org to learn more and become a patient today.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield IMG College. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and approved by the university.
This is Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show Ford is built for victory. See your Carolina Ford dealer, proud sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Quick update on the ACC championship game. Clemson leading Notre Dame at the half 24-3. Almost as soon as I gave you the last score of 17-3, Travis Etienne just hit pay dirt. So the Tigers up big in Charlotte, 24-3, trying to avenge their only loss this year as the Irish beat Clemson in double OT back in the regular season. Clemson was without Trevor Lawrence that day, but I think the bigger story was what Notre Dame's rush defense did against Clemson's running offense. And it's, a tale of two games right now from that game to this game. Clemson 24, Notre Dame 3 at the break. And, again, that is important because if Notre Dame and Clemson both make it into the CFP, Carolina would be the highest remaining team from the ACC, which would be slotted for the Orange Bowl. So Carolina's football fate rests on what happens here today in Charlotte. In terms of basketball, the Tar Heels shake off another slow start, come from behind, down 38-34 at the break, and beat Kentucky 75-63. After the game, Coach Williams had this to say in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner.
Caleb Love, that is progress from the first 6 games.
Well, Caleb and RJ, I think somebody told me they had 7 assists and 2 turnovers. We haven't been that good at all year, and especially without RJ for such a long period of time. One of Caleb's turnovers, in fact, was that charging foul over on the opposite side of our bench. So until that point, they'd only had 1 turnover. That's the biggest thing, and he took the ball to the basket, made some big shots, still didn't shoot it in from outside. And I really think he's going to be a really, really good shooter. It's just not going in now.
Greg Barnes.
Hey, Roy. With Kerwin having that big boost there in the second half, I think he scored 8 straight points. Can you kind of just speak to his development? And you talked about maybe him being a little bit too quiet early in the year. Has he improved in that regard, and how has he improved in terms of coming along as a player?
Well, again, a lot of it goes to the fact that we didn't have RJ, and we needed somebody to step up and make an outside shot. And I feel that Kerwin's our best three-point shooter. He's been struggling with it. There's no question. I think he's like 1 or 2 for 12 or something like that. But if we were to have a shooting contest, he would almost win it every day. I told the team when the game was over with in the locker room, the biggest moment of the game for me was they've got a 6-point lead, and Kerwin and Puff scored 10 or 12 of our next 15 points. And I thought that was huge. I yelled at Kerwin to shoot one more. I thought he should have shot another possession when we had it. But I think those two guys coming in when we were in foul trouble, RJ was hurt, all that kind of thing, I thought that was the biggest point of the game. And I told him I would have put them back in down the stretch, but the biggest thing we needed was defensively, and they're behind the guys that played longer and more experienced. They were behind those guys with Leakey and Andrew out there on the defensive end of the floor. But there's no question in my mind that Kerwin and Puff gave us the biggest lift of the game.
That's Coach Williams in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner following the Tar Heels' 12-point win against Kentucky. The Heels heading home from Cleveland and heading into ACC play. That'll do it for our broadcast this evening, produced as always by Tar Heel Sports Properties, a property of Learfield IMG College. Our general manager is Chuck Schrader, network manager Phil Brame. Evan Williamson is the network coordinator. Our thanks to Chief Network Engineer Ben Alexander, as well as John Essick back in the studio. Jody Zoigner remotely, our statistician. For Jones Angel, Eric Montross, Adam Lucas, and the rest of our crew, my name is Dave Nathan, reminding you that our next broadcast begins with the Reed's Jewelers pregame show on Tuesday night at 8 o'clock when the Tar Heels play at NC State. Once again, our final score, Carolina 75, Kentucky 63. And you heard it all right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Carolina basketball has been brought to you by Granville Towers, the place to be at UNC. State Farm, when you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. The preceding has been a Learfield IMG College presentation of the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance,